The Enyang reincarnation saber slashed at the Medicine King World ship. This was an attack comparable to the Sea Establishment realm. Even if this big ship could withstand it once or twice, how could it withstand it 5 or 8 times? Seeing that Han Fei could produce such terrifying power, the king of the Medicine King World was shocked. The commander of the Avenger pirates was indeed terrifying. He was only a half-king now. Below, with bangs, Li Kaitian fired continuously. At this moment, Xiao Xiaochan didn't want to use the heavenly cicada transformation. In the free war zone of the Martial Emperor City, everything could happen. The heavenly cicada transformation was her last trump card, so she couldn't use it too easily. Above, Han Fei turned into a golden giant, clenched the sacrificing punch, and launched the soul explosion and heavenly god stab. As for the king of the Medicine King World, his great Tao was fire control. Although it was a purple strange fire, when the strange fire poured on Han Fei, he found that Han Fei was not afraid at all. The power of nearly 100,000 waves swept across 10,000 kilometers. Han Fei and the king of the Medicine King World fought into the void. But the moment the two of them entered the void, with 2 buzzes, the Medicine King World's king and Han Fei both projected a clone. These 2 clones were both in the half-king realm. The Medicine King World's king was surprised. "You can also project clones?" Han Fei grinned. "I knew you would secretly project a projection. Unfortunately, you met me. All laws forbidden in this space." As Han Fei roared, the fire tide suddenly stopped. Han Fei took the opportunity to hold the rod and launch a heaven gate knocking. However, the heaven gate knocking was not aimed at the projection of the king, but at the ship array of the Medicine King World. On the Medicine King World ship, Mu Chen shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." They couldn't help being nervous. Han Fei's combat power was comparable to that of a sea establisher, so they had to fight the remaining battles themselves. Although there was no reason for 30 people to lose against 7 people. This was outside the Martial Emperor City. They might not only encounter the Avenger pirates, and perhaps the other party had accomplices. Suddenly, Han Fei's knife emitted a dazzling white light. As soon as the knife appeared, a big hole was torn in the ship array. The woman beside Mu Chen said solemnly, "This weird knife light has appeared 3 times and no one noticed it at all. The energy on the ship is consumed extremely quickly. Why don't we fight a quick battle and take down the other party first?" At this moment, the 2 of them saw a dazzling light shot from the ship array. Mu Chan's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the woman beside him and retreated. Crack boom. A big hole appeared in the ship array. Someone was shocked. Is this person still a half-king? How can he be distracted when fighting the patriarch? Someone shouted, "Hurry up, replenish your energy. As long as they can't take us in 100 seconds, they will retreat." Ah. However, at this moment, a scream came from the helm of the ship. The entire ship array exploded. There were thousands of light threads, which were clearly left behind by Saber, cutting through the void. Immediately afterward, the ship array of the Medicine King World ship was shattered. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Mu Chen shouted, "Not good, someone has sneaked in." On the other side, a sword light flashed across the sky. An unusually tall and brawny man from the Medicine King World pressed the armor box on the deck. Armor chain. Swish. 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 In an instant, 36 identical shields blocked in front of the boat. Clang, crack, crack. Everyone was horrified. Every time a layer of armor was broken, everyone was horrified. Someone exclaimed, "How is it possible? Xiaoyi's armor chain was broken?" The power of this blow probably reached the level of a king. This crack sounded 23 times in a row. Just when everyone thought that this blow was finally over when another dazzling white light bloomed. Someone exclaimed, "Where did this knife light come from? Why did it erupt again after less than a second?" Ka ka ka. The last dozen shields of the ship were shattered in one blow. Li Kaitian roared, "Kill!" Glazed glass merciful hand. Skyfall divine bow. Dragon snake pen. On the Avenger, 6 people attacked with all their strength. Those who could be sent to Han Fei's ship by the 4 heavenly palace masters were all top heavenly talents of these heavenly palaces. How could an ordinary half-king's combat power be comparable to that of the 6 of them? As soon as the 2 parties collided, the Medicine King World's team discovered that they were no match for them at all. Xia Xiaochan, who had already slipped into the boat, held 2 daggers in her hands. When she appeared again, she had already killed the 6th person. In the sky, when Patriarch Medicine King saw this scene, he was shocked. Are there all such heavenly talents on the Avenger? Any one of them is comparable to the strongest heavenly talent of the Medicine King world? Isn't this too shocking? A moment later, Li Kaitian shouted, "Hand over your Sun Moon shells. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Then, Li Kaitian looked at Jianhui. "I've got 3. Jianhui replied indifferently, 5. Li Kaitian, Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Patriarch of the Medicine King World couldn't believe his eyes. He had thought that nothing would happen with him taking care of the ship. He didn't expect such a situation in the end. "You're too much. Avenger Han Fei, you're pushing me too far." In the void, Patriarch Medicine King swallowed a spiritual pill. Han Fei glanced at it and saw 5 tribulation patterns on the pill. Roar. Instantly, Han Fei felt that the guy's strength had soared a lot, and he actually felt some pressure. The old turtle said, "Alchemists always refine some pills that increase strength by sacrificing vitality." This guy's strength has probably increased by 50%. Don't fight him anymore. In fact, the moment this person swallowed the pill, the void behind Han Fei exploded. Han Fei shouted at the Avenger, "Everyone, evacuate." Patriarch Medicine King said, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" This person's strength had soared, and his heart might have swelled. In an instant, he caught up with Han Fei, intending to kill him. However, Han Fei clenched his fist. After the punch, 10,000 swords followed. Humph. How can a trivial trick save your life? With a bang, Han Fei was sent flying 100 kilometers. However, the tens of thousands of small swords exploded with a bang, and a dense gray mist almost enveloped Patriarch Medicine King. Ew. At that time, the Patriarch couldn't have felt worse. *CK, he had never smelled such a stinky smell in his life. It was so stinky that his scalp was numb. Just as Han Fei was about to continue to attack, suddenly, 3 big ships appeared in his perception. There were more than 100 people on the 3 big ships, and their symbol was a blood-colored sickle. Immediately, Han Fei's heart did a flip. The Azure Pirates? Patriarch Medicine King, who had just escaped the stench, had clearly perceived the Azure Pirates too. At that time, his heart turned cold. The Avenger Pirates were not even one of the top 10 pirate groups, but they were already so difficult to deal with. Then what would the Azure pirates be like? However, Han Fei said, "Hey. We Avenger pirates don't kill, but the Azure pirates almost leave no survivors wherever they go. Why don't we cooperate?" Patriarch Medicine King just wanted to slap Han Fei to death. Cooperate? In your dreams. Patriarch Medicine King shouted coldly, "Do you think I will believe you?" Han Fei sneered. "Do you want to see all your men being slaughtered?" "I don't believe you haven't heard of Pei Qianying. Look at the Avenger pirates. Have we really killed any of your men?" Han Fei wasn't afraid that the Patriarch Medicine King wouldn't agree. He continued, "As long as you give me 2 of the level 5 pills you took just now, I can help you once." Patriarch Medicine King's face changed drastically. "Do you really dare to take a 5th grade Tao pattern pill?" Han Fei shrugged. Compared to a whole ship of the heavenly talents of the Medicine King world, 2 5th grade Tao pattern pills are nothing. Patriarch Medicine King didn't think too much about it, because he saw that the fleet of the Azure pirates had teleported in the air. He immediately threw a bottle of pills over. "After you win, I'll give you another one." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This robbery was worth it. Han Fei had just seen the effect of this pill. By increasing his strength by 50%, this old guy's strength soared. Immediately, Han Fei said, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Cooperate with the Medicine King world to fight the Azure pirates." On the Medicine King world side, Patriarch Medicine King also said via voice transmission, "Everyone, return to your positions. The Azure pirates are here. Prepare to face the enemy. We'll cooperate with the Avengers for the time being." Huh? Below, both the people on Han Fei and on the Medicine King world side were stunned. Just now, they were fighting to the death. Half of their people had been robbed by these guys, but now they were cooperating with them? Buzz. At this moment, 3 large ships appeared in the void. The appearance of the bloody sickle flag made many strong masters in the Medicine King world exclaim, "It's the Azure pirates. There are so many of them. Prepare to face the enemy. Remember, don't hold back. These Azure pirates kill without batting an eye. Don't hold back." On the leading ship, a man in a black and red robe, holding a sickle in one hand, sneered, "Very good, Avenger pirates. How dare you snatch the prey of the Azure pirates?" Humph. The 3 big ships of the Azure pirates surrounded over. Pei Qianying, the captain of the Azure pirates, had even seen the battle between Han Fei and Patriarch Medicine King. Unfortunately, he came a step late. He only saw Han Fei being sent flying 100 kilometers by Patriarch Medicine King. Therefore, he only thought that this guy's physique was extraordinary and his strength was extraordinary, so he could block a king's blow. However, Pei Qianying was not stupid. Since the Avenger pirates dared to rob the Medicine King world ship, they must have some means. Therefore, before the battle began, he said, "Han Fei from the Avenger pirates, right?" Han Fei pretended to be solemn. "Pei Qianying?" Pei Qianying didn't care that Han Fei called him by his name. He said, "Do you know that the Medicine King world is the prey of our Azure pirates?" Han Fei shrugged. "No, so what?" Pei Qianying sneered. "Heh. Boy, you sound very arrogant. However, as long as you contribute all the resources you looted to the Azure pirates today, I'll let you go. After all, I prefer pirates." Han Fei sneered. What if I don't? Pei Qianying sneered. No? Do you think you can leave today? Ha ha ha. As Pei Qianying laughed, everyone on the 3 big ships of the Azure pirates began to laugh. Below, Song Kaiyuan and the others looked solemn. They couldn't laugh. This was one of the top 10 pirate groups. The Azure pirates were the most ruthless. As long as they looted, no one would be left alive. Their commander, Pei Qianying, killed people like flies. It could be said that among the 10 pirate groups, this group of people was the most ferocious. Han Fei said leisurely, although there aren't many of us, each member of the Avenger Pirates can fight 10 alone, okay? With that, Han Fei quickly looked at the Patriarch of the Medicine King world and said, Pei Qianying is yours. Patriarch Medicine King had no choice but to trust Han Fei. After all, the Avenger didn't kill the people of the Medicine King world just now. It was precisely because of this that he chose to cooperate with Han Fei. The people he led were all heavenly talents of the Medicine King world. If they died here, it would be the Medicine King world's great loss. Immediately, Patriarch Medicine King nodded, and Han Fei sneered. Pei Qianying, right? How dare you laugh at me? You made a big mistake. With that, Han Fei's voice rumbled like a dragon and fell into the sea. Kill. Leave no one alive. Pei Qianying was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. So, the Avenger Pirates are a bunch of brainless people. Kill. Pei Qianying didn't take Han Fei seriously. Since Han Fei refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, he might as well kill them. Buzz. Han Fei attacked first. The Yinyang reincarnation saber slashed at a big ship. Han Fei said, Girl. Fight one ship with Song Kaiyuan and the others. Song Kaiyuan immediately said via voice transmission, Be careful. The Azura pirate ship array can't be broken easily. They have the Azura blood poison on their ship. If we are contaminated by the foul blood, it may seep into our bloodline and cause a huge blow to our bloodline. Han Fei's heart stirred and he said, It doesn't matter. Just kill them. Han Fei sneered in his heart. What he was least afraid of was filth and evil. With the purification power of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, how could he be contaminated by this mere filth? Fuse. Xia Xiaochan directly fused with the giant arowana, and her combat power increased a lot. The moment the Yinyang reincarnation saber slashed out, she also rushed out. Han Fei punched at another big ship. The ship array of this big ship of the Azure pirates turned into a bloody mist. Under the bloody mist, there seemed to be a power corroding the surroundings. Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Buzz. In the sky, 3 white pillars of light descended with swishes. 3 big holes appeared in the weird ship array. Hiss. While fighting the Patriarch of the Medicine King world, Pei Qianying was waiting to see Han Fei make a fool of himself. Who would have expected that? The array he had always been proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow from Han Fei? Was this the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? As for Patriarch Medicine King, he secretly exclaimed. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the King Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? Song Kaiyuan and Mushui Sisi were even more horrified. Even Song Kaiyuan was shocked. Is this the human king technique? Legend had it that this kind of great technique was not something ordinary people could master. In the Age of Doom, there was only one human king in the world who could master the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. However, they saw it today. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan suddenly knew why the four heavenly palaces let him and the others be Han Fei's subordinates. It seemed that they just wanted them to be related to Han Fei, because Han Fei was very likely to have the inheritance of the human king. The ship arrays of the three ships of the Azure pirates were broken at the same time. The crew members on the ships were also stunned. They never expected such a situation to happen. The blood-colored ship array couldn't even block it for half a second. Swish. Xia Xiaochan had already rushed into the ship. A person's shadow was entangled, and his soul was instantly shattered by a soul spike. Han Fei was not worried about Xia Xiaochan and the others at all. In terms of strength, this group of people was definitely the first echelon of the half kings in the raging sea, which was not something the Azure pirates could compare to. For Han Fei, he was even faster. He drew his knife with one hand and the great Tao of gravity instantly fell. With the combat power of a king, how could Han Fei let these people resist? With a series of popping sounds, 5 half-kings were controlled by Han Fei and died. Han Fei stomped, and the Blade Inferno was formed again, and the area within 1,000 kilometers turned into a sword tide. Even so, Han Fei didn't stop. Compared to the other pirate groups, Han Fei didn't have a good impression of the Azure pirates. Pei Qianying was just looking for the pleasure of slaughter. But Pei Qianying was not a good person, and he, Han Fei, was a good person? In terms of fighting, Han Fei had never been afraid. In terms of slaughter, could Pei Qianying compare to Xue Fan? If Xue Fan really became a king, Pei Qianying would have to kneel down and beg for his mercy. Han Fei clasped the void cracks. Every time he slashed, someone would be cut apart. Their souls had no time to escape before they were exploded by Han Fei's finger. In the blink of an eye, 9 strong masters had died at Han Fei's hands, and on the other ship, Xia Xiaochan and the others had already killed 7 half-kings. Of course, those who were killed were basically not strong enough. Those stronger had all shouted, "Leave the ship and expand the battlefield." As for the Medicine King World side, their combat power was a little weak. Only the guy named Mu Chen and a woman killed 2 half-kings, but 6 half-kings of them had been killed. At this moment, the difference in strength was obvious. Although the Medicine King World's knowledge was diversified, their strength was limited. Or rather, they were actually powerful, but they didn't have enough combat experience. Otherwise, 6 of them wouldn't have been killed in the first round. However, for Pei Qianying, his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. The only thing he didn't expect was that Han Fei could break his ship array so easily. If he couldn't, the battle would go in another direction. Seeing that the Avenger elites led by Han Fei were so powerful, Pei Qianying's body emitted intense blood qi and blood light, and a figure appeared in the void. It was a figure made of black and red blood. When one took a closer look, he would find that it was another Pei Qianying, who also had the strength of the Sea Establishment realm. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Avatar? Han Fei smiled. With a thought, the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained, and the invincible fighting intent condensed, turning into a giant. He pointed his finger, and a peak-level venerable was killed on the spot. Watching the bloody man slash down with the sickle that cut through the sky, Han Fei smiled. Heaven enlightenment. When a pillar of holy light descended, Han Fei clasped his hand and grabbed a huge blade of holy light from the pillar of light. Chi La. White light and blood light collided in the sky. In the perception of countless people, the blood-colored sickle was cut apart by Han Fei. This was natural restraint. Even if this blood shadow was in the sea. Establishment realm, so what? This was the last thing the great Tao of heaven. Enlightenment was afraid of. Han Fei walked thousands of kilometers with a single step, stepped in the air, and held a piece of holy light in his hand. As if raising dust, he waved his hand and scattered the holy light, which, like billions of knife lights, drilled through the void and swept at the blood-colored figure. Blood shadow and blood chi exploded, but the terrifying explosion didn't hurt Han Fei at all. However, some people were invaded by the blood mist and stained with dirty blood. But Han Fei slapped the blood shadow away. Pei Qianying, right? Then, surrounded by holy light, Han Fei slapped the phantom's head. Ask you. You want to fight me? You think you're awesome, don't you? You want me to send you resources? Han Fei's peak speed was definitely extremely fast, especially when he had experienced the great Tao of wind. Facilitated by the attribute suppression. He punched and kicked the blood shadow. You ugly bee *starred. You damn pirate. How dare you insult the profession of pirate? Bang. 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 Pei Qianying's avatar was completely suppressed, and the filthy blood was useless. And his original body was entangled by the patriarch Medicine King. He wasn't afraid at first, but the old bee *starred of the Medicine King world seemed to go crazy and kept entangling him. Seeing that his avatar might be killed if this continued, Pei Qianying's expression changed and he shouted, "Retreat." Pei Qianying was confident at first, thinking that the Avengers couldn't break his ship array. However, in an instant, all the ship arrays on his side were broken. Then, Han Fei was on a killing spree, showing the strength of the sea. Establishment realm. Especially Han Fei's great Tao, it made Pei Qianying's heart turn cold. This great Tao happened to suppress his great Tao. Then how could he fight this battle? At this point, Pei Qianying was scared. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, why is the bounty of Han Fei so high? To see quelling bizarre treasures. So, this guy actually has the great Tao of heaven enlightenment? That's the Tao of the former human king. At this moment, Pei Qianying thought of running away. However, how could Han Fei let him? Han Fei shouted, "Weren't you yelling at me just now? Why are you leaving now? If you don't want to die, leave your sun moon shells behind." However, a famous pirate still had some ability. Pei Qianying was determined to leave and quickly came to his blood shadow clone. Immediately, the blood shadow fused with his original body, and Pei Qianying's strength increased greatly. The filthy blood in the air turned into clones, holding sickles, intending to kill the other crew members of the Avenger. Han Fei didn't panic at all. It's just a projection. Even if I'm not a king, am I necessarily weaker than you? When Han Fei sent out 3 half-king projections in a row, Pei Qianying was really speechless. Is this guy really only in the half-king realm? A half-king can create so many half-king projections? Are you kidding me? In the melee below, Han Fei's men had killed a total of 23 people and got 18 sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Han Fei knew that it was about time. If he continued to fight like this, the time would be up. Without the Avengers' obstruction, the Azura pirates ran very fast. After the Azura pirates' ships ran away, the Medicine King World ship was ready to teleport. At this moment, Han Fei asked, "Where's the other pill?" Immediately, the patriarch of the Medicine King threw a pill to Han Fei with an ugly expression. In the next moment, he commanded the big ship to teleport out. Han Fei shrugged slightly. At this moment, he didn't want to fight anymore. The main reason was that if he continued to fight, his real strength would be exposed. Originally, he just wanted to plunder the Medicine King world, but who knew that the Azure pirates would come? Unfortunately, neither side was plundered by him. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, Han Fei said, "The noise here is too loud. Leave here quickly. Run 5 million kilometers first. As for where to run, whichever direction will do." A moment later, there were exactly 35 sun-moon shells in front of Han Fei. Han Fei checked them one by one and cursed, "Not even a sea-quelling bazaar treasure? How poor." Song Kaiyuan and the others were shocked. Song Kaiyuan thought to himself, "I've checked a few sun-moon shells. There are countless spiritual stones and various kinds of pills in them. How could Han Fei say that?" Han Fei rummaged around and finally threw out a few sun-moon shells. "Fine. I'll pay you 1.5 million for your hard work. I'm tired. Let's call it today. And take a rest. Everyone." Song Kaiyuan and Mushui Sisi looked at each other and calculated in their minds. On this trip, they had obtained at least 7.5 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. The two of them were speechless. How could he say that he was poor? Of course, Han Fei didn't suffer a loss this time. After all, not only did he get 2 level 5 tribulation pills, but he also found a level 3 tribulation pill in a sun-moon shell. Relatively speaking, in the Medicine King world, pills were more valuable than spiritual stones. He had robbed 2 kings, but only got a few pills. It was because he was too weak to really hunt a king. Otherwise, how could a king be so poor? If he could also reach the sea establishment realm, in the situation today, he would definitely be able to ransack the Medicine King world and the Azura pirates. In the sea-quelling painting, Han Fei looked at the level 5 pill, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: rank 5 tribulation pill. Introduction: an ultra-quality pill refined by an alchemist to stimulate potential. This pill contains great energy and the power of the great Tao. After taking it, it inspires the potential of the body. Depending on the user's talent, the user's strength will soar. Level C establishment. Quality: ultra quality. Chaos energy, greater than 88 wisps. Remarks: taking this pill has a certain chance to damage the foundation and leave impurities in the body. Han Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was good stuff. Not only did it contain a lot of chaotic chi, but it could also increase the strength of different people. As for leaving impurities, it basically wouldn't affect him. He cultivated the purity mystic body in the first place. If there were impurities, he could expel them. How could he not know his physique? He checked the other tribulation pill, which was exactly the same. Han Fei curled his lips slightly. If he could get a level 3 tribulation pill that could block heavenly tribulation, it would be good. The remaining level 3 tribulation pill in front of Han Fei was about the same as the ones he had obtained before. In addition to these precious pills, Han Fei calculated. Now, he had as many as 10.7 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, which had already exceeded the total resources in the doors of the hexagon starfish. Xiao Shaochan said, hey, you're grinning from ear to ear. Han Fei immediately came back to himself. Who am I? Xiao Xiaochan said impatiently, you just snatched a few pills. Why are you so happy? Han Fei immediately stuffed the level 5 tribulation pill in his hand to Xiao Xiaochan and said, one of these can allow you to exert several times your strength. If you use the heavenly cicada transformation and this, you may be able to reach the sea establishment realm in a short period of time. There are 2 of them. Let's each take one. This trip is worth it. Xiao Xiaochan asked in surprise, is this pill really so effective? Han Fei said, aren't you well read? The fact that the medicine king has this name means that they are indeed good at alchemy in the raging sea. This is reliable. Xiao Xiaochan took the pill and couldn't help but think, once a merman's pearl is condensed, his strength will double. Unfortunately, I haven't condensed my pearl. I think I may be able to condense it after I break through the half-king realm. Oh? Han Fei thought to himself, with Xiao Xiaochan's current strength, if she continued to cultivate the purity mystic body, wouldn't her strength be comparable to his when she condensed her pearl? It seemed that he had underestimated the merman race. If the mermen were so strong in the half-king realm, Xiao Xiaochan's bloodline level might be even stronger than his now. While Han Fei and the others were resting, the martial emperor city was in a great uproar. The matter of the Azura pirates being crushed by the Avenger pirates was released by the Medicine King world, although neither the Azura pirates nor the Avenger pirates were good people in the eyes of the Medicine King world. However, at least the Avengers didn't kill. This time, they had 8 people die, which were all thanks to the Azura pirates. Therefore, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything that could damage the reputation of the Azura pirates. When this news blew up the martial emperor city, many strong masters were discussing. In a certain blacksmith shop, someone said, shall we give it a try? Recently, there had been a lot of people coming to the martial emperor city. The blacksmith shook his head. You have to be alive to rob them. None of those people is a pushover. Those who don't have enough strength have joined forces to come, and as for those strong masters, do you dare to rob them? The landlady of a certain restaurant who was wearing a short dress stood at the window seductively and said, it seems that the competition among the top 10 pirate groups is about to begin. I'm looking forward to this hunt. Beside the landlady, someone was puzzled. In my opinion, those kings should stuff people into their origin seas and then bring them over. The landlady sneered. If it were you, would you be willing to expose your origin sea? The origin sea is the foundation of cultivation for sea establishers. How could those guys be willing to do that? Besides, if it's not difficult to come over, wouldn't it make people underestimate the martial emperor city? In an arena, a man in white was watching the life and death battle between advanced venerables leisurely. When he suddenly heard the news, he couldn't help but exclaim. The man said, interesting. An obscure pirate group destroyed the Azura pirates and looted the Medicine King world ship. That's really interesting. Has Han Fei not entered the sea establishment realm yet? Yes, we've confirmed. The man nodded slightly. That's even more interesting. A half-king is comparable to a sea establisher, and sea establishers are not allowed to take the initiative to attack anyone below the sea establishment realm. Doesn't that mean that this person is an invincible existence in the free war zone? That's it. Heh, we peace pirates have always believed in peace. What do you think? Let's not join in this game for the time being. There were all kinds of demons and ghosts in the Martial Emperor city now. There were still 9 days before the Martial Emperor's inheritance opened. At this moment, more and more people were waiting to watch the show. In the free war zone, many people were preparing to forcibly break through and enter the Martial Emperor city. After all, it was not easy to locate and rob a ship in the 30 million kilometer sea area. Some people watched quietly, and some people were ready to hunt. After all, for veteran pirates, if they didn't find some excitement this time, they wouldn't have such a chance in the future. It wasn't like the Martial Emperor city opened the Martial Emperor's inheritance every day. Outside the Martial Emperor city, in the free war zone spanning 30 million kilometers, battles were happening in every corner. Among the pirates, except for Han Fei who robbed the Medicine King world, the other pirate groups also took action. However, they were far away from Han Fei and didn't encounter him. Han Fei picked up the vast ocean navigator and searched for the least dangerous and most suitable forces for looting. However, Han Fei and the others who were about to plunder discovered that the other party was actually the 9th-ranked Crimson Fire pirates. Han Fei was speechless. He had thought that he would encounter other forces heading to the Martial Emperor city, but the vast ocean navigator pointed at the Crimson Fire pirates? So, the Crimson Sea pirates were the most suitable for him to rob? However, they were also pirates. They came out to rob, so how many resources could they bring with them? Except for the resources on Shui Ran, the head of the Crimson Fire pirates, there was probably nothing to hunt in the entire Crimson Fire pirates. When the Avenger suddenly appeared in the path of the Crimson Fire pirates, the people of the Crimson Fire pirates were shocked. Who the F***CK bumped into? Our cannons? However, both parties looked at each other with ugly expressions. Song Kaiyuan said, "This is the fire god of the Crimson Fire pirates. I'm afraid the one on the fire god is Shui Ran. It's said that he's the second fire in the raging sea and has a strange fire." Han Fei frowned. Why did I meet such a thing? The Crimson Fire pirates had 2 big ships. On the ships, there seemed to be 40 or 50 people, plus a sea establisher. This force couldn't be underestimated. On the opposite side, Shui Ran also looked at Han Fei in surprise and said helplessly, "Avenger pirates? Are they out of their minds? Why are they robbing us?" Behind Shui Ran, a half-king said, "Captain, this Avenger must be up to no good. It's said that Han Fei defeated Li Ji of the Medicine King world yesterday, and Pei Chenying of the Azure pirates. He has a total of 7 subordinates on his ship, all of whom are heavenly talents. The 3 ships of the Azure pirates didn't hurt them at all." Humph. Shui Ran snorted. "Do I need you to tell me that?" When the 2 parties confirmed each other's identity, Shui Ran of the Crimson Fire pirates said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Han Fei?" Han Fei stood proudly on the bow. "Shui Ran?" Shui Ran asked, "What does the Avenger pirates mean?" Han Fei smiled. "Believe it or not, you've got the wrong person." Shui Ran. Shui Ran asked, "In that case, shall we part ways?" Han Fei said, "Don't be hasty. Since we've already met, why don't we fight first?" Shui Ran's face turned cold. "Han Fei, are you provoking me?" Han Fei shrugged. "I'm just asking for a fight. Do pirates have to plunder resources?" With that, Han Fei looked at Song Kaiyuan and the others. "Your training time is up again. Kill Not to mention Song Kaiyuan and the others, even Shui Ran was speechless. Who the hell is this guy? How can he suddenly fall out with me? Is he another person like the captain of the peace pirates? The peace pirates were determined to wipe out all the pirate groups, so they didn't have a good relationship with any pirate groups. However, the peace pirates were extremely strong, so ordinary pirates would just avoid them. In the past, whenever the top 10 pirate groups changed their rankings, one of them would usually be destroyed by the peace pirates. For many years, it had been like this. Therefore, many pirates' hearts would shiver when they heard the word peace. Shui Ran looked at this side coldly. At this moment, apart from Han Fei, there were only 7 of them, but they wanted to fight 50 of them? To be honest, although Shui Ran knew that the Avengers' crew were all very powerful, wasn't this too exaggerated? He was really not afraid of these people. Swish. When Han Fei and Shui Ran broke through the void to fight, the battle below became heated. More than 20 seconds passed. The Crimson Fire pirates left the corpses of 5 venerables behind and then ran away under Shui Ran's lead. Shui Ran was horrified. Han Fei is so strong. Is he still a half-king? Even if he used some secret method, Han Fei's combat power is too shocking. However, the key problem was that Han Fei was not a king and was not restricted by the rules of the martial emperor city. Fortunately, he left quickly. Otherwise, Shui Ran felt that the Crimson Fire pirates, who were almost at the bottom of the ranking, would probably be in trouble. Shui Ran escaped. Little did they know that everyone on the Avenger, including Han Fei, was having a hard time. Han Fei's battle was not for resources, but for fighting. He wanted to consolidate his strength with the pressure of fighting. After all, in the 2 months outside the Supreme Mystic World, he had improved too much. As for Song Kaiyuan and the others, although they had experienced a lot of battles, their fighting experiences weren't rich. This time, they had gained a lot of fighting experience. In fact, in addition to tempering himself, Han Fei wanted to make a name for himself. After all, so far, the Avengers had fought against Predators, Fierce Wind, Azura, and Crimson Fire pirates and had never lost. And now, there were so many strong masters near the Martial Emperor city and news traveled fast, it was easy for the Avenger to become famous. However, Han Fei felt that it was not enough yet. That day, the Avenger snatched a boat from the dream-weaving world. However, there were too many soul techniques in the dream-weaving world, so Han Fei and the others didn't gain much. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed. The next day, the Avenger attacked the undersea human beings. However, it encountered 2 kings. Fortunately, Han Fei reacted quickly and ran away. On the same day, Han Fei returned with the Twin Divine technique. Furthermore, he killed a half-king in front of the 2 kings of the undersea human race in a provocative manner. Another day, Han Fei robbed the spirit refining world. The next day, Han Fei snatched the Mad Corpse world. For 7 consecutive days, Han Fei and the others didn't gain much, but they provoked others everywhere. It could be said that the Avenger was really famous now. In the Martial Emperor city, a certain casino opened a bet. Today's bet is about to start. The first bet is whether the Avenger will attack the Infinity World and the Misfortune pirates claim that they'll take the initiative to attack and hunt the Avengers, so the second bet is the success rate. The third bet is All gambling dens opened different bets. There was no cheat in this prediction. It was all guesswork. Someone laughed and scolded, if the Avengers dare to attack the Infinity World, they're courting death. If the Supreme Clearness World and the Infinity World are so easy to snatch, how can it be their turn? But in the casino, someone shouted, damn it, I'm optimistic about the Avengers. Bet on whether they will attack the Infinity World, right? I bet a million ultra-quality spiritual stones on it. Hiss. Someone took a deep breath and said, brother, you're throwing resources into the water. Wouldn't it be better if you give them to me? In the Infinity World, any king can lead a team. Except for the undead pirates, who dares to rob them? The person who placed the bet said disdainfully, who hasn't the Avenger robbed these days? The casino was in an uproar. After betting, the man returned to his seat. There were 4 other people sitting here. As soon as the burly man sat down, he sighed. What a pity. We can't bet too much. I guess we can only earn 500,000 at most. Another person said, why don't we go to the auction house later? Then we can sell all the things we snatched. Otherwise, we'll have to pay the money we owe the captain on our own. Immediately afterward, a man with the temperament of a scholar said, these days, we've almost earned back 1 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Although we fight more and earn less, this is still much faster than normal cultivation. Later, let's sell all the things we can sell. It's not easy to come to the Martial Emperor City. Although there are many good things here, it will be embarrassing if we don't have money to buy them. A woman said, can I borrow money from the captain? The captain has at least 30 million. Everyone was speechless. Do you think you can? These 5 people all looked ordinary. They were Song Kaiyuan and the others in disguise. As for Han Fei, as the casino had bet, he was hunting the Infinity World at this moment. Even the smartest Song Kaiyuan didn't know how Han Fei could hunt the ship of the Infinity World. The king of the Infinity World was different from ordinary kings. That strength was definitely not something Shui Ran or Pei Qianying could compare to. At this moment, a woman walked over, holding a fish skin map in her hand. When everyone saw this, they immediately asked, Lu Ran, how much did you get? Lu Ran's face was still stiff. After pondering for a long time, she said, leisurely, you definitely won't expect it. Everyone, how much? Lu Ran said, the information that the captain asked us to sell is worth this much. Lu Ran extended 2 fingers. Hiss. 2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones? Lu Ran shook her head. It's 20 million. What? Instantly, they fell silent. They got off the boat in advance, because the ship Han Fei was going to rob today was beyond their ability. However, they didn't come down to play. They came with a mission, which was to completely unveil Han Fei's identity according to Han Fei's instructions. At the same time, unveil a fake ancient secret. Song Kaiyuan was also shocked. So much money? Just revealing the identity of the captain won't be worth so much. Do you mean that the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor City believed that ancient secret? Lu Ran nodded. Most likely. At least, I've already taken 10 million of intelligence fees. They said that I can collect the remaining 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones after the intelligence is confirmed. Son of AB*TCH. Li Kaitian couldn't help cursing, isn't it too easy for the captain to make money? Free war zone. 4 big ships of the Infinity World appeared one after another. This time, the one leading the Infinity World's team was none other than Bei Xianbing, who led the team to the land of King Death. There was no telling if it was because they were too confident or for some other reason, but the frequency of the fleet's void teleportation was not very high. On one of the big ships, a young man was cultivating on the deck. His body was shining with golden light, and a terrifying wolf descended from time to time. This person was Li Xinghen, a top heavenly talent of the Infinity World who had long awakened the path of invincibility. His strength could be said to be at the peak of the half-king realm in the Infinity World, ranked first. Last time he went to the land of King Death, Li Xinghen thought that he was just going to grab a few keys. Why did he have to do such a simple thing? Who would have expected that a powerhouse walking the path of invincibility would appear in the land of King Death? Therefore, Li Xinghen didn't want to miss the inheritance of the martial emperor this time. Why was the speed of void teleportation so slow? It wasn't that they couldn't run fast. They were just waiting to see if there were any people from the 10 pirate groups coming to plunder them. This was the way of doing things of a heavenly palace with confidence. Among the many heavenly palaces, some kings brought people over, some sneaked over, and some quickly went to the martial emperor city after entering the free war zone. Few people dared to travel slowly in this free war zone. The Infinity World was one of the bold heavenly palaces. Xinghen. Unknowingly, Bei Xianbing appeared behind Li Xinghen. He said, "Xinghen, it doesn't matter if you can meet the kid walking the path of invincibility this time. Let me tell you, it's said that there's also a bronze door in the martial emperor's inheritance. No matter what, find a way to enter it." Li Xinghen asked, "Junior uncle, what's so special about the bronze door?" Bei Xianbing said, "It's precisely because I don't know. I saw that door once before, but unfortunately, I couldn't enter it, and I've never heard of anyone entering it. In the land of King Death a few months ago, that black ghost brat managed to come out safely after entering it, which means that it's at least safe there. There must be a great opportunity inside." Li Xinghen nodded slightly. "Yes, junior uncle. This martial emperor's inheritance won't open again until 1,300 years later. I certainly won't let go of this opportunity." Bei Xianbing said, "You can be considered lucky. Last time it opened, it was 3,200 years ago. Therefore, it's not bad that you made it in time." Li Xinghen. After that, Bei Xianbing instructed, "Let's stay here for an hour. If no pirates come within an hour, don't wait anymore. Go straight to the martial emperor city." Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead, a big ship was floating on the sea. A figure holding 2 knives was standing on the mast and looking over. Under his feet, a skeleton flag was fluttering wantonly. Bei Xianbing sneered. "Is this person's brain damaged?" Li Xinghen's pupils were constricted slightly. "It's the Avenger. I didn't expect it to be such a pirate team that came to stop us. Junior uncle, let me solve them." Bei Xianbing sneered. "Do I need to bother with such a small fry?" Li Xinghen suddenly stood up. "Junior uncle, just watch the battle." When the two sides were 20,000 kilometers away, everyone on the 4 ships of the Infinity World saw the Avenger. At this moment, with a thought from Han Fei, the Avenger was recalled into Forge the Universe. Swish. Han Fei held the kitchen knife horizontally. "Rob. Pay up. To be honest, at this moment, on the big ships of the infinity world, everyone looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. Someone was lost for words. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? He wanted to stop our fleet alone? Someone shook his head. Is this the so-called Avenger? It's clearly a hothead. Even if our infinity world doesn't have a king, Li Xinghan is not someone he can deal with, right? Someone grinned. This kid is dead meat. He might not even know what he is doing. When they were only 3,000 kilometers away, Li Xinghan raised his hand. And the ship slowly stopped. Buzz. Li Xinghan stepped in the air, wearing a golden ancient robe, and a golden light appeared on his forehead. His aura swept out, and his surroundings were full of golden energy. Li Xinghan said, Avenger, Han Fei? Han Fei curled his lips. Who are you? I don't know you. Give me the money. Li Xingchen's expression remained unchanged. How dare you stop our ship? Alone? I heard that your combat power is extremely strong. In that case, come and try. Han Fei shrugged. You talk too much. I missed a meal just to wait for you. How can I stop without a compensation of millions? Li Xingchen's body glowed with golden light, and his invincible fighting intent was revealed. A strange pair of gloves appeared in his hand, as if there were hidden weapons on every finger. When the two of them stood facing each other for 5 seconds, they attacked almost at the same time. Swish. Han Fei took out his double knives and slashed out a dazzling knife light. It broke through the void and flew thousands of kilometers straight at Li Xinghan. Li Xinghan's eyes glowed with golden light. He moved slightly in front of the ship and let the knife light approach him, but it suddenly exploded. The surging tide pushed the hull back dozens of kilometers, and the terrifying tide rolled back in the sky. After this blow, the golden barrier protecting the ship completely shattered. The wind around Li Xinghan was no longer something ordinary venerables could resist. After feeling Han Fei's blow, Li Xinghan smiled. Interesting. Your strength is almost in the sea establishment realm. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Does this person also walk the path of invincibility? Although Han Fei hadn't used the power of his great Tao yet, this person was definitely not ordinary to be able to block his blow so easily. Han Fei immediately knew who this person was. He was the only person in the infinite world who had embarked on the path of invincibility. He could also be called the strongest person below the king realm in the infinity world, Li Xinghan. Buzz. Suddenly, Li Xinghan raised his hand. The moment Li Xinghan raised his hand, Han Fei suddenly felt a sense of danger. With a star teleportation technique, he appeared from the other side. However, the moment Han Fei appeared, a golden thread appeared in front of Han Fei at an extremely fast speed. Han Fei stood still, and a coiled turtle array suddenly appeared in front of him. Clank. Crack. Although the coiled turtle array only blocked Han Fei for a second, it was enough for Han Fei to raise his hand and condense a saber. As the saber was slashed out, a cracking sound resounded between the heavens and earth. Han Fei had just sensed that a thread broke through the void and arrived in front of him in an instant. Han Fei curled his lips. Infinite phantom silk? It looks ordinary. Song Kaiyuan had said that the infinite phantom silk was obtained by the master of the infinity world and later given to Li Xinghan. Coupled with Li Xinghan's path of invincibility, this thread could unleash terrifying lethality. It could be said that no one in the entire infinity world was more suitable for this treasure than Li Xinghan. Of course, the infinite phantom silk was definitely a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Just now, Han Fei's slash seemed to have shaken the thread away, but in fact, it just brushed against the thread and made a sound. In the next moment, Han Fei tilted his head. Li Xingchen was about to attack when his face suddenly changed. He left the big ship and raised his hand to punch. Bang! Bang! After another 2 explosions, the sea surface caved in. Li Xingchen was extremely surprised. Where did this attack come from? He didn't see Han Fei attack at all. Did this attack come from nowhere? Huh. Even Bei Xianbing couldn't help frowning. Even he didn't know where the 2 attacks just now came from. One was a knife light, and the other was a soul slaying knife. To put it bluntly, there were very few people on these ships who could block this move. Fortunately, Li Xinghan took action. Otherwise, the others might really be no match for Han Fei. Bei Xianbing said, "Let's finish this quickly. We can't tell the other parties real strength with such a tentative attack." Li Xingchen nodded and with a swish, turned into an extremely fast light. Fuse. Han Fei directly fused with Little Black and Little White. The moment the yin yang divine eyes appeared, he activated his great Tao at the same time. Buzz. Bei Xianbing suddenly stood up. Yin yang divine eyes? At that moment, Han Fei raised his hand and took out the blade of hope. The double knives slashed again. This time it was no longer the tentative attack just now, but an attack augmented by the great Tao. Infinite storm. Li Xinghan appeared in midair, and tens of millions of threads between visible and invisible swirled around his body. Bang! Boom! In the rumbling explosion, Li Xinghan's body turned into golden light threads and scattered in all directions. However, how could this escape Han Fei's eyes? Just now, Han Fei clearly felt the power brought by the fusion with his spiritual beast. In an instant, this person escaped and didn't completely block his attack. At this moment, the yin-yang reincarnation knives had both arrived in front of the ships of the infinity world. When a golden light interweaved, Li Xinghan revealed his true body. He said solemnly, "Did you use a secret technique?" Li Xinghan sensed that Han Fei's strength had increased several times. This leap was too great. This meant that Han Fei's current combat power far exceeded that of a king who had just entered the sea establishment realm. Li Xinghan thought it was a secret technique, so he retreated. He was going to get the inheritance, not to fight to the death at this moment. At this moment, Bei Xianbing suddenly attacked. He reached out and clenched his fist, and the yin-yang reincarnation saber in front of the ship shattered. Bei Xianbing said leisurely, "Provoking a king is not under the protection of the martial emperor city. Boy, who gave you the courage to come to provoke the infinity world?" Li Xinghan immediately gave up fighting and fled back as fast as he could. Or rather, he had temporarily retreated, but he didn't think he had lost. He only felt that Han Fei was digging his own grave. As soon as the battle began, he had used a secret method to increase his strength. It was impossible for him not to have any burden on his body. In the long run, this person's achievements and potential would be limited. Because their strength was not on the same level, Li Xinghan had no desire to fight. He directly stopped and let Bei Xianbing solve Han Fei. Originally, Han Fei was the one who provoked them first. Under such circumstances, Bei Xianbing could have taken action. Just now, he just wanted Li Xinghan to fight Han Fei. Now, seeing that Han Fei had unleashed the power of the sea establishment realm, he certainly had plans to attack. On the ships of the Infinity World, those who could come here were all the top heavenly talents of the Infinity World. Therefore, many people had already understood what was going on. Only a few people were shocked. Even the strongest person below the sea establishment realm in the Infinity World was no match for Han Fei. This Avenger Pirates was really strong. Someone was shocked. If the king didn't take action, wouldn't Han Fei be invincible below the sea establishment realm? At this moment, everyone was staring ahead. In their opinion, Han Fei had no chance of winning against Bei Xianbing. Someone shook his head. This person will definitely die. He won't be able to survive. Someone said solemnly, is this person using the legendary Yin divine eyes? If so, then he. Someone gasped. Someone from the legendary Yin world has appeared? Bei Xianbing stood proudly in the void and smiled. I'm very curious. Only the Yin world has the Yin divine eyes, right? After 80,000 years, you're finally out. Han Fei smiled. Yes. It's time to come out and settle scores with you. Settle scores? As if hearing something funny, Bei Xianbing said disdainfully, who? You? Boy. Have you become a king? As he spoke, he raised his hand. As he raised his hand, thousands of golden light spots appeared in the void. Swish. The speed of those light spots was even faster than Li Xinghan's infinite phantom silk. Swish. 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 Han Fei's body moved in the void, and in an instant there were hundreds of afterimages. If the picture could be frozen in an instant, one could see that the golden light spots were small insects, but because they were moving too fast, no one could see it clearly. Huh. Bei Xianbing, who was attacking Han Fei, suddenly tilted his head and felt something unusual behind him. With a thought, an ice claw appeared in his hand, and he waved it 4 times. Bam. 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 Although Bei Xianbing attacked casually 4 times, the power that erupted was beyond everyone's imagination. The sea surface collapsed into a huge vortex. Bei Xianbing narrowed his eyes and said, interesting, but you're still not strong enough. Humph. Bei Xianbing snorted coldly and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in a flash of light. Han Fei wanted to use the star teleportation technique, but he suddenly realized that his speed couldn't keep up. Han Fei discovered that, except for his eyes, neither his body nor his soul could keep up with the rhythm of Bei Xianbing's attacks. The moment Bei Xianbing moved, Han Fei sensed it. Bang! Bei Xianbing pressed his hand down, and an explosion sounded. In the void, a gray mist appeared. Han Fei was nowhere to be seen in the mist. Bei Xianbing was quite fast. He dodged the gray mist immediately, but even so, his hand was still stained. Bei Xianbing frowned in disgust. He was extremely disgusted. What the hell is this? Why is it so smelly? Of course, as a king, Bei Xianbing certainly couldn't show it openly. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the gray fog and then said indifferently, the successor of the Yin world has appeared. Interesting. He has come out before he reached the sea establishment realm. It seems that the savage land is not a good place after all. At this time, Li Xinghan, who had just retreated, asked, Junior uncle, what Is Han Fei's identity? Bei Xianbing said indifferently, he has appeared in the martial emperor city so many times. He can't hide it. When we reach the martial emperor city, we just need to buy an intelligence resource to know who he is. While Han Fei was attacking the fleet of the Infinity World alone, the intelligence center in the martial emperor city suddenly released a heavy bomb. The cause was that someone who had been robbed by the Avenger came to investigate Han Fei. Originally, the news of Han Fei's identity could only be speculated from related news. If it was someone with ulterior motives, it wouldn't be difficult to speculate. However, how could the result of speculation be as clear as a direct conclusion? But just now, the intelligence center of the martial emperor city directly quoted the price for the information of the Avenger's identity. The price was 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones per serving, or resources of the same worth. 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones was not a lot of money for the strong masters of the heavenly palaces who entered and left the martial emperor city, and the thugs who lived in the martial emperor city. It was only slightly expensive. It could be said that those who really wanted the information didn't care about the money. Almost the moment this information was put up, more than 30 copies were sold. Among them, none of the 10 pirate groups were absent. They all bought this information. Immediately afterward, those who had been robbed by Han Fei quickly bought it too. As for the merman race, the 100 demon race, and the undersea human race, after knowing that a force was rising, how could they miss it? Therefore, Han Fei sent someone to sell this information for 20 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. In the blink of an eye, the trading center had earned 15 million yuan. They were about to get their cost back. This earning speed was really terrifying. At this moment, many people were studying the information. The intelligence contained a lot of information about Han Fei. In the beginning, the intelligence summarized. The leader of the Avenger pirates, Han Fei, was the current successor of the Yin Yang world who had disappeared for 80,000 years. He had the Yin Yang divine eyes and the twin divine technique. His identity was confirmed. With just this sentence, the person who bought the information knew that it was worth it. After the information came out, only an hour later, another piece of news suddenly came out. The source of the news was the gambling house in the martial emperor city. Someone said, the leader of the Avenger pirates hunted 4 ships of the Infinity World alone and defeated Li Xinghan, the strongest person below the Sea Establishment realm in the Infinity World. Later, he fought with the king of the Infinity World, Bei Xianbing, head-on and was defeated in one blow. Now, he has escaped. As soon as this news was out, half of the martial emperor city was in turmoil. The Infinity World was an existence that even the 10 pirate groups were unwilling to touch. How dare an unknown pirate team rob them? And he even managed to run away? Everyone felt that this person was really bold. After this news appeared, in less than 100 seconds, everyone in the 36 mystic worlds, the 10 pirate groups, and the other various forces had a copy of the information about the Avenger. At this time, the information on the Avenger had been sold for 25 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. The trading center had made a fortune. Watching all this secretly, Song Kaiyuan and the others looked at each other in surprise. Is this the efficiency of the martial emperor city? Song Kaiyuan said, Lu Ran, collect the money and buy some information about the Avenger. Let's study it. Lu Ran said in surprise, we provided the information. Do we need to read it too? Song Kaiyuan said, of course. The information we give out may be interpreted in another way under someone else's organization. Therefore, we need to read it too. Go. With that, Song Kaiyuan looked at Li Kaitian and said, go rent a private courtyard. Better find a spacious, but low-key one. An hour later, when Lu Ran and the others came to a yard built near a downtown area in the west-central part of the city, Song Kaiyuan was lost for words. Li Kaitian. Do you have any wrong understanding of the word low-key? Li Kaitian said, do you think it's easy to rent a house now? Most of the courtyards have been rented out. There are too many people coming this time. This lousy place costs 300,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones a month. It wasn't easy for me to rent it for 2 months with 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Song Kaiyuan said, it's the captain's money anyway. I don't mind. At this moment, Lu Ran said, stop talking nonsense. Let's take a look at this information first. This is more complete than what I revealed. Everyone quickly looked at it. In addition to the first sentence that directly revealed Han Fei's identity, there was a series of descriptions below. Han Fei, male. Bone age, within 1,000 years. Realm, half-king. Strength, he seems to have a strange secret technique that can unleash the combat power of the sea establishment realm in a short period of time. In his peak state, his strength is at least 80,000 waves. Both his speed and physique will be enhanced. The duration of the secret technique is estimated to be about 10 to 20 seconds. Depending on the intensity of the battle, the duration will also change. Characteristics: good at disguise, twin divine technique, knife technique. Physique comparable to a king's, suspected to have the indestructible golden body. Great Tao, it is suspected that he takes many great Taos at the same time, including the Great Tao of Yin Yang, Great Tao of Strength, Great Tao of Time, Great Tao of Space. Identity, suspected to be the current successor of the Yin Yang world, namely the current master of the Yin Yang world. Deed 1, half a year after the riot in the Wild Abyss, he fought the Predators and officially founded the Avengers. At that time, Han Fei fought Mad Fourth King and was no match for him. However, in Mad Fourth King's presence, he broke through the ship array and killed more than 10 venerables. Deed 2, he disguised himself as the Black Ghost and changed his name to Fan Datong. He abducted the Merman royal family's princess and seems to have a small world with him. The small world is suspected to be the sea quelling painting. Deed 3. However, at the end of the intelligence, there was a message. According to reliable information, Han Fei once said that the Merman race can contact the world outside the raging sea. This news is still being confirmed. When the information is complete, we will launch it immediately. At present, the incomplete supplementary information is worth 1 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei might be able to disguise himself, but it was impossible for others not to recognize any of the combat skills he had used after the series of battles in the raging sea. Since Song Kaiyuan could guess Han Fei's identity, after giving the martial Emperor City enough information, they could naturally deduce more. At this moment, Han Fei's name immediately resounded among the strong. After all, Han Fei's identity was eye-catching enough. Han Fei's secret techniques, divine techniques, and the indestructible golden body were all treasures worth coveting. However, after reading this information, Song Kaiyuan's first reaction was, no. Some information has been deliberately hidden. Song Kaiyuan said, this time, although we tried our best not to reveal our identities, as long as someone studies it, it's not difficult to discover. However, our identity is not mentioned in this intelligence. Mushue Sisi said, maybe no one found it out? After all, we've disguised ourselves. Besides, anyone can be a pirate. Why can't anyone from our 4 heavenly palaces be a pirate? Song Kaiyuan shook his head slightly. Coincidence? Even I can guess it, but those strong masters can't? The strong masters never believe in coincidences. We appeared and are so strong. It doesn't make sense that the martial emperor city directly ignored us. Besides, from what happened in the Thunder Fire world, they should be able to find the connections between the captain and Shui Zhan, but they didn't mention it at all. Mushue Sisi asked, Senior brother, what do you mean? Are you saying that the martial emperor city purposely hid some information? Song Kaiyuan said, I even feel that the martial emperor city is protecting the captain. Such intelligence is really below the normal standard of the martial emperor city's intelligence. Mushi said, that must be because our identities haven't been discovered yet. Right? If our identities are completely exposed, won't our 4 heavenly palaces and the snow god's temple become the target of everyone in the raging sea? Song Kaiyuan's eyes lit up. That's right. Although in name, the 5 heavenly palaces are now related to the captain, this relationship is very likely to have been hidden by the martial emperor city. I even suspect that the information that the captain had once appeared in the Thunder Fire City has also been quietly hidden. Lu Ran's heart did a flip. Later, I'll go to the Intelligence Trading Center to check it out. Song Kaiyuan said, go now. It only took half an hour for Lu Ran to return, looking surprised. As soon as Lu Ran entered, she said, Brother Song is right. All the details and hearsay about the ship are completely untraceable. Even if you buy it with a lot of money, it won't be sold. Song Kaiyuan narrowed his eyes and said, that's right. However, why did the martial emperor city take the initiative to help the captain? Was it for the safety of our 5 heavenly palaces, or was it purely to help the captain? That doesn't make sense. The martial emperor city was established later. When the Yinyang world disappeared, there was no martial emperor city. Mushue Sisi said. Song Kaiyuan said, that is, the martial emperor city doesn't want to see the humans of the 36 mystic worlds fighting each other. Li Kaitian hurriedly stopped him. Wait, why would the 36 mystic worlds kill each other after the captain was exposed to be related to us? The Yinyang world alone shouldn't have caused such a big trouble, right? Song Kaiyuan shook his head slightly. This is a matter of taking sides. Hiss. Or is the information the captain gave us at the end actually true? Everyone looked at each other. In fact, when Han Fei asked Song Kaiyuan and the others to sell his information, he gave Song Kaiyuan an additional piece of information that no one dared to think too deeply about. The intelligence said, in the Age of Doom, the gods fought on the other side of the sea. That battle swept across the world. For 3 consecutive years, the sky kept crying, and the Great Tao collapsed. And every time the Great Tao collapsed, it usually symbolized the death of a god. Since then, all races had no Tao, and all Taos returned to the void. After the death of the gods, a holy spirit carried the oracle of the sea god spirit and wrote a divine decree, ordering the sea race to slaughter all races and reopen the chaos. A large number of new gods who inherited the great Tao would appear and become the only ruler of this world. Accompanying the appearance of the divine decree was a strange technique. The technique was unknown, but once mastering this technique, one could enter the monarch realm. Now this technique was obtained by Chen Huangdian. This person secretly connected to the outside world of the raging sea and cultivated in seclusion for many years. It was very likely that he was hiding his strength and waiting for a chance to sweep the raging sea in one fell swoop. At the end of this information, it indicated the source of the information, which was from the private conversation between Han Fei and the merman races. Princess Xiao Xiaochan. In the eyes of Song Kaiyuan and the others, Han Fei was deliberately framing Chen Huangdian. After all, now that you kidnapped the merman race's princess, they would certainly hunt you down. However, if it was really just a framing, the credibility of this information was not high. Even if Han Fei made up an awesome background, it was useless. Right? Song Kaiyuan looked horrified for the first time. What the captain said is true. It seems that all the rumors about the Age of Doom are true. This is easy to understand. The Martial Emperor City is very likely to temporarily protect the captain and release this news to let some people investigate. They are secretly watching. Unfortunately. Everyone, what's wrong? Song Kaiyuan said with an ugly expression, our intelligence was sold too cheaply. After the information about the Avenger was released, everyone only spent 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones to understand the Avenger. However, when they saw the last additional piece of news, the various races and pirates couldn't sit still anymore. The mermen could connect to outside the raging sea? This news was released by the Martial Emperor City, so it must be very credible. Instantly, the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor City was in an uproar. People kept coming. One customer after another was received. The usual big customers had now become ordinary customers. Someone directly shouted, "Give me the additional information on the Avenger. Give me a serving too. And me." If Han Fei saw this scene, he might cry. He just wanted to cause trouble. Even without the inheritance of the Martial Emperor, he was prepared to come to the Martial Emperor City. And his purpose in coming to the Martial Emperor City was to cause trouble. To be precise, to cause trouble to Chen Huangdian. If he guessed right, this guy would definitely be waiting for him at the entrance of the wild abyss. If he was lucky, he could escape. If he was unlucky, this guy might find him. Han Fei hadn't transcended the king-level tribulation yet. At this time, fighting Chen Huangdian was simply stupid. After all, how could an ordinary king cast a projection in the Yinyang world? Obviously, it was impossible. Therefore, Chen Huangdian's strength might be higher than he imagined. Since he couldn't beat him, he would let others fight and exhaust him. As long as that guy didn't have the energy to cause trouble for him. After the matter in the Martial Emperor City was over, he would go to the Snow God's Temple to pick up his clone, go to the Million Poison World to buy some poison, and immediately return to the Yinyang world. As long as he avoided Chen Huangdian and successfully became a king, he might not be afraid of him when he appeared in the raging sea again. However, Han Fei never expected that the news he released would be sold so ridiculously. In just a few hours, more than 100 servings of the additional information about the Avenger had been sold. Just the supplementary information had been sold for more than 50 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Besides, this thing was still being sold. It should be sold for 100 million a day. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan looked awful. He had completely underestimated the power of Han Fei's information. They had only sold it for 20 million. If Han Fei knew this. Everyone looked at Song Kaiyuan sympathetically. Han Fei trusted him, so he asked him to handle this matter. But he obviously made a big mistake on this matter. On the other side, the Avenger appeared at the port of the Martial Emperor city. Many people at the port fell silent when they saw the Avenger. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire Avenger disappeared. A man in a black robe and a woman in a red and white gauze dress walked over from the void. Hiss. It's the Avenger. Who is this? Is there such a beautiful woman on the Avenger? Someone said in a low voice, what the F***ck do you know? This woman is very likely to be Princess Mingzhu of the Merman royal family. She was abducted by Han Fei. Someone was shocked. Then how do they dare to appear so blatantly? Aren't they afraid of being targeted? Someone sneered. So what? This is the Martial Emperor city. Who dares to mess around in the Martial Emperor city? Someone sighed. I want to join the Avenger. I wonder if I have a chance. Heh. Brother, you're thinking too much. The Avenger makes enemies wherever it goes. If you get on the Avenger, I'm afraid you won't be able to get off. Someone echoed, that's right. Half of the 10 pirate groups have a grudge against them. You can go if you want. I'm not going anyway. However, the Martial Emperor city never lacked bold people. Someone felt that since the Avenger could survive under such circumstances, its strength must be extraordinary, or Han Fei had special means. Immediately, someone said, Captain Han Fei, is the Avenger still recruiting? I'm an advanced venerable and very strong. Do I have a chance to join? Han Fei was still playing cool when someone suddenly said this. He glanced over and said casually, the Avenger only accepts half-kings or above. Heavenly talent half-kings. Hiss. Immediately, the people at the port were dumbstruck. Everyone thought to themselves, you are king half-king. Can you handle so many half-kings? However, Han Fei ignored this person. He looked at the vast land and the sea, the boundless plains, and the towering black stone buildings in the distance. Sea demons could walk on land. There were humanoid mermen staring at them. Octopus monsters twisting their tentacles and looking at them curiously, and lobsters crawling on the ground. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he had come to a monster concentration camp. The Martial Emperor city was full of all kinds of people, including humans and demons. In the Martial Emperor city, venerables were everywhere, and only a small number of explorers were there. The reason for the existence of explorers was that very few of them were heavenly talents nurtured by certain forces, and most were the descendants of the residents of the Martial Emperor city. There were humans, sea demons, and even mermen here. In fact, after a series of unknown nurturing, these explorers were mainly responsible for the operation of the entire city after they became venerables. At this time, Han Fei saw a human woman wearing a kind of uniform. There was a martial mark on her arm, and on her waist there was a tag similar to the star token of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei guessed that the token was used to identify people because everyone here had one. This woman looked calm and ordinary, the kind that couldn't be found in the crowd. However, her strength had already reached the peak of the venerable realm. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan landed, the woman had already stepped forward, cupped her hands, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Captain Han Fei. Because you made a big deal in the Martial Emperor city, the city specially sent me to lead you into the city." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. A big deal? Han Fei didn't ask further. He had already guessed what the deal was. Therefore, Han Fei just nodded slightly and said, "Then lead the way." The woman said, "Please follow me. Let's walk into the city." During this period, I'll explain some rules of the Martial Emperor city that need to be abided by. Han Fei was walking on the sandstone road with cracking sounds. Han Fei stepped on it on purpose, because it had been a long time since he walked on solid ground, especially in a place that looked like a primitive island. In some places, there were even muddy roads with waterholes. The woman said, "It's not recommended to fly in the Martial Emperor city most of the time. You can walk with the great Tao of space. However, we don't absolutely forbid flying. If you encounter special circumstances and need to hurry up, you can fly. Of course, this is all monitored by the strong masters of the Martial Emperor city." They chatted on the side of the road as they walked towards the distant city. The woman explained the rules of the Martial Emperor city skillfully. First of all, perception was forbidden to use in the Martial Emperor city. If one scanned a person with his perception, it was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times, he could complain to the managers of the Martial Emperor city. Secondly, the Martial Emperor city encouraged everyone to speak out instead of using voice transmission. In order to ensure that the contents of the conversation wouldn't be overheard, everyone who entered the Martial Emperor city would be issued an identity card. If speaking required privacy, they could secretly activate their identity cards. If it wasn't very private, everyone could directly speak out. Also, the Martial Emperor city refused discrimination. Discrimination was a sin. Any race was born equal. If anyone committed discrimination in the Martial Emperor city, they would be ruthlessly driven away. The result was very likely that they were dismembered on the sea. In the Martial Emperor city, there was no specific currency. If there was, ultra-quality spiritual stones were used as currency. Everything could be converted into ultra-quality spiritual stones. Of course, things like chaotic chi could also be used as currency. However, generally no one would use it. This was because this was a paradise for thugs. Venerables everywhere was one of the characteristics of the Martial Emperor city. It was inevitable that there would be occasional conflicts between the strong. Even so, private battles were forbidden. Once they were discovered, they would be severely punished. If the situation was serious, they would at least be expelled from the Martial Emperor city or even killed on the spot. Therefore, if there were enemies in the Martial Emperor city, they would either leave the Martial Emperor city and resolve it themselves or go to the arena to fight to the death. After briefly introducing the basic situation of the Martial Emperor city, the woman said, "Generally speaking, every day you stay in the Martial Emperor city, you have to pay 100 ultra-quality spiritual stones. However, the Martial Emperor city has a rule that anyone who spends more than 1,000,000 spiritual stones in the Martial Emperor city can pay 10 times less. Those who spend more than 10 million spiritual stones here will be exempted from the stay fee, and they can even settle down in the Martial Emperor city. Of course, only 5 people can be exempted from the stay fee. If you want more people to be exempted, you'll have to spend more money." Chirp chirp. On the way, Han Fei saw birds and beasts of the Sky Clan flying past and was quite gratified. It seemed that the Sky Clan could still fly here. On the roadside, grass and wildflowers were scattered randomly. Xiao Xiaochan said, "They're just ordinary flowers and plants without any special power." The woman said, "They are ordinary flowers and plants in the first place, but even ordinary flowers and plants are forbidden from being destroyed. If you destroy flowers and plants, you'll have to compensate. If no one saw it, it's fine, but the martial emperor city pursues nature. Someone once stomped and destroyed a large area of flowers and plants, and he only had two choices. Either replant these flowers and plants again, or die." Han Fei? Xiao Xiaochan? The two of them were speechless. There were many rules in the martial emperor city. Han Fei felt that those who didn't know better would think that they had entered a completely controlled civilized society. Han Fei asked, "What's your name?" The woman said, "Sorry, I don't have a name. You can call me 3001, which means that I'm the number 3001 service personnel of the martial emperor city." Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help frowning. How inconvenient is it without a name? You are already a peak-level venerable, one of the top existences in the raging sea. There are very few people stronger than you. The woman said, "In the outside world, I certainly have other code names. But in the martial emperor city, I am 3001. Obviously, this woman wouldn't reveal any information except for her code name, so Xiao Xiaochan didn't ask further. Seeing that they were about to reach the giant magnificent city, Han Fei said, "Since you're here to welcome us, I guess you aren't just here to lead the way and explain the martial emperor city to me?" The woman said, "If the two of you are willing, you can go to the intelligence center of the martial emperor city to exchange some information with the martial emperor city. We value every piece of information and will give a satisfactory price for it." Han Fei smiled. "How much did I sell my last intelligence for?" The woman said, 20 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Xiao Xiaochan almost gaped in shock. She had been in the Merman royal family for more than 20 years and only got 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, but it was not even as much as the money Han Fei earned from a piece of information. Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help being a little confused. Had she been locked up for too long and couldn't keep up with the situation? Han Fei tried to suppress the shock in his heart and asked with a smile, "Then how much did you sell that information for?" The woman said, "Sorry, this is a secret of our intelligence center. However, I can tell you the sales on the surface. When I go to pick you up, the total intelligence sales on the surface are 76 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. F***ck. Han Fei finally couldn't hold it anymore. This number really shocked him. He never expected it to be so easy to make money. Han Fei also didn't expect that a smart guy like Song Kaiyuan would sell his information at a low price. As they said, the deal was 76 million on the surface. There must be other big transactions behind it. Wouldn't they sell it for 1 or 200 million? Han Fei could understand. On the surface meant the number that everyone could guess. Because everyone knew it, there was no need for them to hide it. However, he had already sold it. This price was completely beyond his expectations. Han Fei estimated that even if he were here, he might have sold it for only 10 million. He couldn't blame Song Kaiyuan for this. Han Fei thought for a moment. "Okay, let's go to the intelligence center." A moment later, the woman took Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan to the gate of the martial emperor city. At the city gate, someone would register. After registration, a permanent identity token would be given. It could be worn on the waist, similar to a star token, but not as many functions as a star token. At the city gate, there were two advanced venerables guarding. One was a shrimp soldier of the 100 Demon clan, and the other was a half-merman. Han Fei raised his head and looked at the city gate. The gate was more than 200 meters high, and the city wall was more than 600 meters high. This scene was spectacular, but it didn't surprise Han Fei. Bada. Han Fei raised his head and saw that 1 or 2 drops of water would occasionally fall on the limestone on the city wall high above his head. Han Fei even saw raindrops falling on the shrimp soldier's head, but he didn't seem to notice it. Han Fei couldn't help but think, is this what natural means? Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan entered the city gate. After passing through an invisible barrier, they looked at the door almost at the same time and saw a turtle sleeping. The turtle's aura was undoubtedly that of a half-king. Xia Xiaochan said, I knew it. There must be a stronger gatekeeper at the city gate. The woman said, actually, it doesn't matter whether there is a gatekeeper or not. With the barrier, even if someone commits a crime and wants to escape, the success rate has been nil. Han Fei shrugged. Okay, let's continue. Tell me what places in the martial Emperor City are worth visiting. Oh, or rather, what large trading markets are there in the martial Emperor City? The kind that can carry out large transactions. Greetings, Your Highness. Xia Xiaochan waved at a merman who bowed at her. She was speechless. This was already the 8th one. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan entered the city without hiding their identities at all. Therefore, many people recognized them, although they didn't know any of them. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help patting her head. Han Fei, are we too high profile? Han Fei said, I just want to be high profile. It's best if Chen Huangdian can stand in front of me now. Believe it or not, I can spit at his face. 3001 suddenly interjected, by the way, spitting is forbidden in the martial Emperor City. Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei. In the intelligence center of the martial Emperor City. This place was like the logistics division of the Scattered Stars Island. The buildings were all big. Inside, there were nearly 100 service desks. Now, it seemed to be quite busy inside. There were people at all the service desks. There were too many people here, so there were even small private rooms. Han Fei looked around. The layout of this place was not as magnificent as the logistics division. There were black stones everywhere. As soon as he came in, Han Fei heard someone say, give me the latest information about the Avenger. As soon as this person said so, the hall suddenly fell silent. Many people turned around. Hiss. Han Fei, the leader of the Avenger pirates? A merman was here. After seeing Xia Xiaochan, he immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Xia Xiaochan nodded indifferently. You're welcome. Go about your business. Yes, Your Highness. Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan. You're more popular than me. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes. You can become a prince of the merman race. Then there must be someone saluting you too. In the hall, only some people were stunned for a moment before the noise returned. As long as one entered the martial Emperor City, no matter how awesome he was, Outside, no one would be afraid. Anyway, fighting was forbidden here. 3001 said, "This way please. The Intelligence Center has arranged an exclusive reception room for you. The master of our Intelligence Center will personally receive you." Han Fei's heart did a flip. To be able to manage such a large intelligence center, this person must have a powerful background. Since this person wanted to spend time to receive him, it was obvious that the information had attracted their attention. Or rather, the latter piece of information caught their attention. As 3001 entered the room, many people in the hall outside immediately set in a low voice, "I'll buy later. I'll wait a while longer. Maybe there will be new information." These people were all smart. Han Fei had personally come to the intelligence center. He must have some new information. A moment later, Han Fei was taken to a place similar to a study in the Intelligence Center. There were bamboo shelves and fish skin paintings everywhere. This room was not small. There were probably as many as 1,000,000 fish skin scrolls. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan came in, they saw a woman in a red robe reading a fish skin roll. 3001 quietly left after sending them in. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's eyes were attracted to this woman. This woman looked quite aloof. Her cold temperament was a little like Luo Xiaobai's, but even if she maintained her coldness, she had the charm of a mature woman. When she saw Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan come in, the woman didn't continue to read, but put down the fish skin map and said to Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan solemnly, "Sit." Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other and sat down. What really surprised them was that they couldn't see through this woman. Under such circumstances, this woman must be a king. Han Fei didn't expect that the owner of an intelligence center in the Martial Emperor City had reached the sea establishment realm. Then how many sea establishment realm powerhouses did the Martial Emperor City have? Seeing the two of them sit down, the woman in red said, "My identity is not a secret. I am Yan Meng, the owner of the Intelligence Center in the Martial Emperor City. Those who are invited here by me are usually people with great intelligence and are usually here to conduct large intelligence transactions." Han Fei said, "Hasn't the information been sold?" Yan Meng pushed the two fish skin maps on the table to Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan and said, "Take a look first." Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan opened the first fish skin map in confusion. This fish skin map was the basic information of the Avenger as well as that of Han Fei. The second one also recorded the basic information of the Avenger, but this one was much more comprehensive. On it, it even recorded Han Fei's transactions in the 10,000 treasure pavilion in the Thunder Fire world, the auction, his first robbery, Shuizhan, the snatching of the Wind Pearl, and so on. When Han Fei was selling intelligence, he didn't expect the intelligence ability of the Martial Emperor City to be so terrifying. He didn't expect to find records of the things that he thought no one noticed. Yan Meng said, "You've seen the intelligence capabilities of the Martial Emperor City. However, I didn't sell this information to the public. Otherwise, the Snow God's Temple and the other 4 heavenly palaces will definitely arouse the hostility of the other heavenly palaces. Although they won't be destroyed in the short term, it will definitely cause internal strife among the human race." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did the Martial Emperor City do this? Yan Meng looked at Xia Xiaochan and asked solemnly, "Does Chen Huangdian really have a monarch-level technique?" Xia Xiaochan was not stupid. As a member of the Merman royal family, she certainly knew how powerful the Merman royal family was. She knew that Han Fei's purpose was to push Chen Huangdian to the forefront, so that he would be questioned in the Merman race and even the entire raging sea. Although Chen Huangdian had protected her, he had also detained her for decades. Besides, Han Fei couldn't touch Chen Huangdian by doing this. He would only cause him trouble. No matter how she looked at it, Xiao Xiaochan felt that it was feasible. Xiao Xiaochan didn't even blink. Of course, not only that, but I also suspect that he is hiding his strength. Yan Meng asked again, do you have any evidence? Xiao Xiaochan shook her head. No. Yan Meng asked, then how do you know this information? Xiao Xiaochan said, I have my own way. Since the martial emperor city is so well informed, you should know why my mother is still asleep, right? Yan Meng said, this is a mystery. Xiao Xiaochan said, that's the problem. I won't reveal more, but my mother's sleep is related to the world outside the raging sea. Yan Meng tapped the wooden table and said lightly, are you selling this information? Xiao Xiaochan shook her head decisively. No. Yan Meng nodded slightly and then looked at Han Fei. There are rumors about the sea suppression divine oracle in our martial emperor city too. However, they are only rumors about the Age of Doom. And they don't mention any special techniques to become a monarch. How do you know? Han Fei smiled. How much is the information we just provided? Yan Meng's expression was calm. 5 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei asked, what about the question you just asked? Yan Meng, 50 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, F***ck, rich people are really generous. 50 million? However, this magical technique was originally fabricated by Han Fei. Han Fei could lie to most people, but he didn't want to lie to the martial emperor city. Otherwise, once he was exposed, it would be deemed as deliberately deceiving the martial emperor city. Therefore, Han Fei sighed slightly. It's a pity that my information comes from the river of time. The specific time was about 120,000 years ago. You asked me to prove it, but I can't prove it, nor can I judge the authenticity of this information. It seems that I can't get this 50 million. Yan Meng's eyes lit up. The river of time? We can also buy information about the river of time at a high price. Han Fei shook his head. I'm not selling information about the river of time. Unless one day I've already transcended the tribulation and become a king, and my strength is comparable to most kings in the raging sea. Yan Meng nodded slightly. This was completely understandable. Since Han Fei's identity had been exposed, he had already become the target of public criticism. She said, just now, your words about the river of time and 120,000 years ago were worth 5 million. If there's nothing else, this transaction is over. Han Fei said, wait, I happen to have information to buy. Yan Meng said, oh? Tell me about it. Han Fei had earned 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones just by saying a few words here. However, he didn't know how much it would cost to buy information. Han Fei said, I want to know why the kings in the raging sea can't enter the yin-yang world. Yan Meng was stunned for a moment. You don't know? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. Yan Meng's expression changed in an instant, and then she said, 5 million. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but ask. Does the intelligence center charge in millions? Yan Meng said, there are different prices for different information. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, okay. Yan Meng said, it's because of the Yinyang Great Millstone. A Yinyang millstone was formed in the depths of the wild abyss. This millstone can't be walked on except for the people mastering the great Tao of Yinyang. Otherwise, even if an emperor comes in person, he will be crushed by the power of the entire wild abyss. If it were 80,000 years ago, it might be possible to break in by force. However, as time passes, the Yinyang Great Millstone becomes stronger and stronger, and it can no longer be entered. Yinyang Great Millstone? Han Fei couldn't help but think of the millstone-like place he saw back then. So, was that thing the real reason why others couldn't enter? Han Fei was puzzled. Then why can someone project his projections into the Yinyang world? Yan Meng, 2 million. Han Fei thought to himself, so much? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. However, thinking that he had just earned 10 million, he nodded. Okay. Yan Meng said, the great Tao of space can change the shape of space. The great Tao of time can help one walk through time gaps. There are even ancient sacrificial methods that can ignore the Tao runes of space. However, the most common way is that the strong can use projections to achieve spatial grafting and crossing. However, doing this will inevitably greatly reduce his strength. Even if one can bypass the Yinyang millstone, he can only use projections that are much weaker than his original body. At this moment, Han Fei was greatly relieved. Even merely for the sake of revenge, Han Fei felt that the 7 million ultra-quality spiritual stones were worth it. At this moment, he realized that even Chen Huangdian couldn't go to the wild abyss at all. No wonder Chen Huangdian could come there back then. It turned out that it was a projections projection, which was to use a series of projections to temporarily avoid the Yinyang Great Millstone. Therefore, when Chen Huangdian went there, his strength was only in the explorer realm. At this moment, Han Fei was relieved. Others couldn't go, but he could. Unlike others couldn't cross the Yinyang millstone, but he could use the twin divine technique. His mist body wasn't afraid of the Yinyang millstone, so he could return to the Yinyang world safely. Han Fei said again, the wild abyss should be connected to more than one place. I want to know what other secrets there are in the wild abyss. Yan Meng said, the full value of this information is 30 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan secretly clicked her tongue. Now, she felt that the ultra-quality spiritual stones in the doors of the big starfish couldn't even buy 1/3 of the information. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He asked this question out of curiosity. In the end, he was shocked. This was much faster than robbing money. Han Fei immediately shook his head. Forget it. It's too expensive. Han Fei wanted to ask if there was any news about the demon purification pots. Fine. However, on second thought, why should he ask about it? He could just ask the vast ocean navigator to point at the direction. Besides, the demon purification pot had to be kept a secret. As for Han Fei, he came to the martial emperor city mainly to cause trouble. Now that the previous matters had been settled, there was no need to rush. Just wait and watch the show. Han Fei said, I have nothing to buy now. Guards. Yan Meng called out, and number 3001 came in. She said, take them back and pay them 3 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Yes. When Han Fei and the others left the house, a person quietly appeared in the house. Yan Meng said, what do you think of what he said about the prophecy? The man said, "It looks like the news was deliberately released to mess with Chen Huangdian. However, the information matches exactly what we know." He talked about the river of time, so the credibility of the news has increased. The martial emperor city has always been suspicious of Chen Huangdian's strength. Now, the mermaid princess has personally confirmed it, so the credibility is not low either. Regardless of whether the great monarch level technique is real or fake, or whether the merman can contact people outside the raging sea, even if it's fake news, this news is very valuable. At least, this news has provided us with ideas and get the people in the raging sea to prepare in advance. Yan Meng nodded slightly. I think so too. Raise the price of the information about the Avenger by 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Out of the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor City, 3001 took out a map of the city and gave it to the two of them. Please help yourselves. This is the city map of the Martial Emperor City. It marks some important places in the city. If you have time, you can take a look. I'll take my leave. Han Fei took the jade slip, scanned it with his perception, and memorized the city map. Then he handed the map to Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan said, "It seems that the Martial Emperor City doesn't want internal strife in the human race." Han Fei said, "Even if the news is leaked, it's actually useless for others to know the relationship between me, the Snow God's Temple, and the other 4 heavenly palaces. There are only more than 30 years before the opening of the Monarch Palace. For them, the time is too short, which is equivalent to right in front of their eyes. The masters of the heavenly palace are already old. If they want to fight or kill, it won't be before the opening of the Monarch Palace. This is why I released the news, not entirely because the Martial Emperor City doesn't want to cause internal strife in the human race." Xia Xiaochan nodded slightly and said in surprise, "This Martial Emperor City has a lot of facilities, which are a bit like the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei said, "There are only a few things that humans can do on land. No matter where they go, it's the same." This is not surprising. Han Fei learned from the map that there were special auction houses, gambling dens, treasure pavilions, bookstores, super resource shops, refining workshops, cultivation towers, many inns, competition arenas, mission centers, and large itinerant cultivator markets. There were even medical centers. It could be said that they had all the necessary functions. Among them, where was the most worth going? Han Fei discovered that the super resource shops, mission centers, and the large itinerant cultivator market were all popular places. It must be worth going there. Xia Xiaochan said, "Which one should we go to first? How about a super resource store? The introduction says that this place is exclusively operated by the Martial Emperor City. All kinds of good things are placed on the shelves for sale. The prices are clearly marked. If you have money, buy them. If not, you can still take a look at them." Han Fei grinned and said, "Then let's go there. We're rich now anyway." Ga. The two stood at the door of the intelligence center and saw a red-armored centipede 5 or 6 meters long crawling over. When the centipede saw Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, it was stunned for a moment. "Han Fei, the captain of the Avengers? Glad to meet you." The centipede propped up the front half of its body and spoke with its ferocious mouth. Its strength had reached the half-king realm. Han Fei was stunned. He didn't expect to chat with a centipede one day. Han Fei nodded. Do we know each other? The centipede shook its head. No, no. However, the Avenger fought the Azura pirates well. I admire you. Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know how to communicate with this kind of insect venerable. He nodded and left. He was now a big shot who could defeat the top 10 pirate groups. With his strength, he was an extremely powerful and glamorous figure even in the martial emperor city. How could others casually chat with him? When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan found this place, they found that the market was really big, covering an area of more than 500 kilometers. Yes, Han Fei wasn't mistaken. In such a large field, there were all kinds of goods. When Han Fei arrived, someone had already recognized them. However, no one came to chat him up. After all, there were many strong masters in the martial emperor city. Han Fei was only a half-king after all. Although many people were amazed by Han Fei's identity and confidence, they were not very willing to befriend him. After entering the supermarket, a half-venerable gave Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan a jade slip each and said, "Sir, this is the map of our shop and the shelves where resources are placed. If you like anything, just take down the jade slip. Label under the corresponding resources. At the settlement, the corresponding staff will send the products you choose to you." Xia Xiaochan took a deep breath and said, "This is even bigger than the trading market of the Merman royal family. If I didn't know better, I would have thought this was the treasure house of the martial emperor city." Han Fei reached out and closed Xia Xiaochan's mouth. "Don't be envious. The treasure house of the Merman royal family can't be worse than this. Okay. Let's go take a look first." "Oh, it seems to be in the skeleton area now." As soon as the two of them entered, they looked up. The ink dragonfish's skeleton was at the peak of the venerable realm. It was hard and was marked with 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Mystic Eye Serpent Teeth, Half-King Realm, extremely sharp and tough, priced at 180,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. The Heartless Seahorse Bone, a peak-level venerable, could be used as medicine. It was extremely difficult to find. 160,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. This row of shelves had no end. Han Fei looked around and saw the products of the highest price, which was a half-king's bone, and reached more than 1.2 million. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan shouted, "Han Fei, come and see." Han Fei took a look and gasped. The ancient black turtle shell armor was in the sea establishment realm. Its defense power was extremely terrifying and could withstand the bombardment of sea establishment realm cultivators. It was an ultra-quality material for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. This armor was a molting shell of the ancient black turtle and was extremely difficult to find. It cost 3,980,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. When he saw the shell, Han Fei's first thought was to use it for refining. In this raging sea, in a battle of extreme strength, ultra-quality divine weapons were no longer enough. Sea-quelling bizarre treasures were extremely difficult to refine, so they were priceless. Now, seeing that there was still a top material like the ancient black turtle here, how could Han Fei not be tempted? Han Fei just didn't have so much time to refine weapons. Otherwise, if Han Fei really studied refining, he might be able to refine the sea-quelling bizarre treasure. At this moment, the vines of the demon purification pot returned one after another. They could also refine sea bizarre treasures, but the consumption was too much. In the past, Han Fei was relatively poor, or rather, he didn't have enough resources, so he didn't refine any sea-quelling bizarre treasures. But now, he could get all kinds of resources in the martial emperor city. Why not? Han Fei now had the shell of the white armored emperor, which was his best material, but it was probably only comparable to the ancient black turtle shell armor. Immediately, Han Fei pulled the jade slip down. Xia Xiaochan was stunned. 4 million. Can you afford it? Han Fei smiled and said, don't panic. We have money. This is the material for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. It's worth it. Xia Xiaochan was stunned. Can you even refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures? Now? Han Fei said, I can try. The main reason is that I have too many messy resources. If I can exchange them for such a treasure, why not? With that, Han Fei held the jade slip of the ancient black turtle in his hand without hesitation and said, let's go and continue shopping. We're rich now. Let's see what we can get. Han Fei didn't know that when he was holding the jade slip of the ancient black turtle, a king looked over. The king murmured, interesting. In the super resource store, there were mainly spiritual fruits, spiritual liquid, demonic plant materials, demonic beast materials, weapons, ores, and various body materials of marine creatures. Han Fei had always been very interested in spiritual fruits. However, when Han Fei looked at the shelves of spiritual fruits, he found that all kinds of spiritual fruits were sold together. The minimum sales quantity was 100 pieces. Besides, these were not ordinary spiritual fruits, but extremely difficult to find. For example, the dragon blood fruits that Han Fei got from the auction in the Thunder Fire world. Wow, there were more than 20 of them here. Of course, the price was not cheap. The price of 20 dragon blood fruits reached 2 million. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He couldn't afford all these. Considering the great body tempering effect of the dragon blood fruit, even if he cultivated the purity mystic body, a dragon blood fruit could support him for 3 days of cultivation. Han Fei gritted his teeth and took the dragon blood fruit's jade slip. After all, Han Fei only had one left. With these 20, he could have at least 2 months of explosive cultivation. A moment later, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan walked to the shelf of the demon essence pills, and then Xia Xiaochan couldn't walk anymore. Han Fei asked, is this demonic origin beneficial to your cultivation? Xia Xiaochan nodded. There is some demonic origin of the merman race here. But it's actually called the merfolk's pearl in the merman race. For example, this merfolk's pearl in the half-king realm can increase my strength by about 5%. Hiss. Han Fei asked in surprise, doesn't it mean that swallowing 10 pieces can increase your strength by 50%? Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. How can it be so easy? Of course, the more I absorb, the less useful it will be. However, there is only one half-king level merman demon essence here. As for the peak level, venerable level merfolk's pearl, its effect on me is not very obvious. Han Fei immediately beckoned, and an intermediate venerable waiter immediately landed from high in the shop. What can I do for you? Han Fei pointed at the half-king level demonic origin and said, how many of these do you have here? The waiter was stunned for a moment. Perhaps he recognized the 2 of them and he quickly said, please wait a moment. I'll check the inventory. After only 3 seconds, the man reappeared in front of Han Fei and the others and introduced, you two, we've got a total of 57 merfolk's pearls in the half-king realm here. How many do you need? Cough. Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. F***ck. There were as many as 57 demonic origin pearls that cost 1.28 million? This meant that 57 half-kings of the Merman clan had died. Xiao Shaochan was also stunned. She looked at Han Fei and said, I don't need that much, and we can't afford it, right? Han Fei's body began to heat up, and he immediately said, no. Are we the kind of people who lack money? I have a total of 31 million. How many do you want? Xiao Shaochan swallowed. She calculated and quickly concluded, 10. 10 mermen. Half-king pearls can definitely increase my strength by more than 30%. Han Fei knew how important this 30% was. He immediately said, buy. He looked at the waiter and said, we want 10. The waiter's heart did a flip. What a spendthrift. There were very few people who would buy a single piece of these resources, let alone 10. This person was really rich. However, just the half-king merfolk's demonic origin pearls would cost 12.8 million. All the ultra-quality spiritual stones Xiao Shaochan had were not enough. Of course, if Xiao Shaochan was willing to sell other things, it would definitely be enough. However, how could Han Fei let her spend this money? The waiter reacted quickly and said, please wait a moment. Then, in less than 3 seconds, he returned with 10 jade slips in his hand. At this moment, Han Fei was already holding a handful of jade slips. There were only 2 or 3 people shopping near Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Someone secretly exclaimed, this guy is F***king rich. A guy in the clothes of the fierce wind pirate swallowed crazily. F***ck, how many people would I have to rob to buy these things? However, Han Fei looked at Xiao Shaochan and said, let's continue shopping. Xiao Shaochan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She secretly said to Han Fei, still shopping? We've almost spent 20 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. I'm afraid I will spend all your money. Han Fei smiled. Don't panic. I know what I'm doing. The total number of ultra-quality spiritual stones on me and you is more than 40 million. And there are still 20 million on Song Kaiyuan's side. Xiao Shaochan said, fortunately, we put the big starfish into the map. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk. Han Fei smiled and said, he hasn't digested the power in his body yet. Now, it's not the time for him to covet these. Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan chatted and continued to sweep the shelves. They had only walked less than 10 kilometers. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes fell on one of the shelves. On the shelf, it read, the Azure Dragon Tendon, a sea establishment realm refining material for a sea quelling bizarre treasure, was extremely rare. This Azure Dragon Tendon came from a sea-quelling realm Azure Dragon summoned by the dragon subduing world 30,000 years ago. It was priced at 2,080,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't move at all. A sea establishment realm tendon? This was a perfect match for his void lines. Han Fei immediately waved at the waiter who was patrolling in midair just now. Come here. Seeing that Han Fei wanted to buy something again, the waiter was shocked. This is a big customer. Even though the service staff in the Martial Emperor City was required not to show their emotions, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel his heart thump. After all, they got a commission for selling things. What can I do for you? Han Fei pointed at the Azure Dragon Tendon and said, let me ask you, how many of this tendon do you have? The waiter immediately said, "Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." 3 seconds later, the man returned. However, this time, he followed someone back. It was a half-king. The half-king said with a smile, "Sir, I'm number 203. You can call me 203. Even. In the inventory of our martial emperor city, there are only 3 Establishment realm azure dragon tendons." Han Fei frowned. "Not enough." 203 seemed to understand and immediately smiled. "I wonder if you're interested in those in the half-king realm?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Xia Xiaochan couldn't help looking at Han Fei. "Are you going to make a fishing pole?" Han Fei smiled. "It's very useful for me. I'll tell you later." 203 said, "Mr. Han Fei, in fact, if you can accept the tendons of other creatures, such as the tendon of the sea-swallowing demon whale, the tendon of the mountain sea divine turtle. If you can, we can provide you with a total of 21 tendons in the sea establishment realm." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Are their qualities similar to that of this azure dragon tendon?" 203 replied, "They're about the same. They're all tendons of creatures in the sea establishment realm. However, they might not have peeled off after the sea establishment creatures died. Some of them were sold by the sea establishment creatures themselves, and some were obtained after they shed their bodies. But most of them are similar in nature. In terms of price, they're all within the range of 200,000 ultra-quality spirit stones." Han Fei said, "Give me 11. 203 smiled happily. He flipped his hand and a string of jade slips appeared in his hand. He said, "I'll choose 11 of the best quality for the two of you. There are prices on them. You can take a look. When you pay the bill, you can check the real things. If you don't like any of them, you can choose not to buy it." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's good." Han Fei was about to take Xia Xiaochan to continue shopping, when 203 said, "Mr. Han Fei, this should be the first time you've come to the Martial Emperor City. Perhaps you don't know that if you spend 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones in our shop, you can get a 5% discount. If you spend 20 million, you can get a 10% discount. The upper limit is 30%. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, meaning that it was most worthwhile to buy 60 million? The actual payment only needed 42 million. How could Han Fei resist it? Even Xia Xiaochan narrowed her eyes. The two of them definitely had 42 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei smiled. "That's not bad. Let's continue shopping." 203 smiled and said, "Take your time. I'll serve you at any time." Han Fei had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, does your shop collect resources?" 203 immediately smiled and said, "Sure. Most of these resources were collected by us in the Martial Emperor City, except for the auction house. The price of resource recovery is basically the same, with the difference of less than 10%. The recovery price offered by our super resource store is quite reasonable." Han Fei's heart did a flip. That's great. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had already decided to spend 60 million here today. After all, although the things here were good, not everything was good enough. After looking around, Han Fei found that there seemed to be a lot of materials in the sea establishment realm here. How many kings had died? Plus molting. However, how many times could a king molt in his life? If he wanted to buy them all, hundreds of millions wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Han Fei summoned 203 again. As if knowing that Han Fei would summon him, 203 appeared in front of Han Fei. In an instant, Han Fei said, "Are there any maps here? It will be more convenient for us to find what we want to buy." 203 smiled and said, "Yes. I didn't show it to you before because most guests like to see products with their own eyes and don't like to read the product catalog." Han Fei said, "You should have told me earlier. Give me the product catalog. How long will it take for me to check all the products one by one?" 203 was already prepared and handed Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan a jade slip each. Then, he quietly left without disturbing them. When the two of them were quickly browsing the jade slip, their expressions kept changing. They were clearly shocked. Xiao Xiaochan said, "Han Fei, I found a treasure." Han Fei said, "I found a treasure too." Xiao Xiaochan said, "I found another treasure." Han Fei said, "Me too. I found something better." The two strolled and chatted. Finally, Xiao Xiaochan said, "The essence blood of a merman emperor, 9.8 million per bottle. God, I want this." Han Fei said, "A 6th grade soul pill worth 5 million. After taking it, it can produce chaotic power. It's said that it can increase the power of the soul by 10%. Unfortunately, you can only take one." Xiao Xiaochan said, "Huh? The deep-sea nether spring I saw can also improve and stabilize the soul. One caddy is only 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones." The two of them chatted, feeling that the resources of the entire shop were already theirs. After a long time, the two of them slowly came back to their senses. Han Fei's body heated up and he felt that his nose was about to bleed. If possible, Han Fei really wanted to take all these resources. However, after they calmed down, the two of them discovered that they couldn't be too crazy when buying things. They calculated for a moment and realized that if they wanted to buy everything here, even 1 billion wouldn't be enough. Therefore, in the end, the two of them surrendered to money. After half a day, it was already late. The number of customers in the shop gradually increased, although cultivators never cared about day or night. However, at night, people would always seek excitement, especially in the Martial Emperor City. At this moment, the auction was about to start. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link. https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr to support us. The restaurants were open for business, and there was a steady stream of people in the mission center. There were several times more people in the super resource stores where Han Fei was. Ring. 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 While many people were choosing resources that they thought would be of great help to them, they heard jingling sounds. Then, a man and a woman were walking over holding a lot of jade slips in their hands. The man looked ordinary, but he had an extraordinary temperament. As for the woman, she was so beautiful that she looked like a celestial being. Huh? Are they Han Fei from the Avenger Pirates? And the princess of the Mermaid Royal family? Is he Han Fei who dares to attack the Infinity World's fleet head-on? Someone said, didn't he run away? Someone sneered. What do you know? He defeated Li Xinghan and escaped safely from Bei Xianbing. Someone exclaimed. It's all because of the twin divine technique of the yin yang world. It's said that the twin divine technique is the best escaping technique in the raging sea. It's normal that he could escape. Someone sighed. It seems that the yin yang world is really going to reappear in the raging sea. Otherwise, why would Han Fei dare to make such a big fuss? However, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan didn't care what these people were discussing. The two of them carried a pile of jade slips, their minds filled with the value of these things. The checkout room was huge. This was because some things were very large. For example, the shell of the ancient black turtle that Han Fei wanted had to be checked on the spot. Once the product left the shop, no matter what the problem it had nothing to do with the super resource store. Han Fei threw the pile of jade slips over. Soon, someone was responsible for the delivery of the products. The waiters lined up and gave Han Fei resources. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the shell of the ancient black turtle? That thing has been hanging there for hundreds of years. How can it be sold today?" Someone was puzzled. "Isn't it said that the ancient black turtle shell armor is extremely difficult to refine?" The one from the Thunder Fire world said that the armor comes with a heaven and earth spirit array. If you're not careful, the array will be destroyed. What's the use of buying this thing? Immediately afterward, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What is that green fan? Could it be the leaves of the divine demon vine?" Hiss. It's the divine demon vine grass leaf, which costs 3 million ultra quality spiritual stones per leaf. There are a total of 9 leaves. How rich is this guy? Gulp. Many people swallowed hard. The value of these two things alone had already exceeded 30 million ultra quality spiritual stones. The two people simply had money to burn. Han Fei couldn't pretend that he understood it at first glance. He had to check the products. Han Fei knocked on the armor a few times with an ultra-quality divine weapon. Then, he cut the leaves of the divine demon vine a few times before putting them into the sun moon shell. There were 20 spiritual fruits like the dragon blood fruit. Although this also caused a small uproar, it was far smaller than the previous 2. However, when the half-king's demonic origin appeared, the sea demons and even the mermen exclaimed, "Half-king demonic origin? No, they're half-king merfolk's pearls. If I remember correctly, each of them will cost more than 1.2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Besides, if one hadn't had a top cultivation technique, the half-king merfolk's pearls wouldn't be of much use, so the princess wants to buy them. If it were someone else, the effect would probably be greatly reduced." Immediately afterward, everyone became more and more shocked. "Oh my god! 6th grade soul pills? There are only 3 of them in the resource store. Each of them is worth 5 million, which can buy a sea quelling bizarre treasure. The essence blood of a merman emperor. This thing has been hung there for more than 900 years with the price of 12 million. Now, is it finally sold? Are those azure dragon tendons? Oh my god, a dozen? Why does he want to buy so many of them? To weave a net?" More and more people were watching the checkout. Even if it was just to see the rich people burn money, it would be worth it. Xia Xiaochan asked Han Fei via voice transmission, "Do we really have enough money?" Han Fei said, "Don't panic. Enough. Definitely enough." 203 handled the checkout for them himself, and Han Fei even felt the gaze of a king. 203 bid 1 by 1. Ancient black turtle shell armor, 3,980,000. Dragon blood fruit, 2 million. 10 half-king merfolk's pearls, a total of 13.1 million. A bottle of the essence blood of a merman emperor, 9.8 million. 11 king-level tendons, a total of 23.06 million. 3 6th grade soul pills, a total of 15 million. 500 caddies of deep-sea nether spring, a total of 5 million. 9 leaves of the divine demon vine grass, 3 million per leaf, a total of 27 million. Then, 203 looked up at Han Fei and said with a smile, Captain Han Fei, the total amount is 98,940,000. I'll give you a 30% discount, so the total price is 69,250,000. Hiss. Gulp. This is what rich people should be like. His wealth is comparable to that of the top 10 pirate groups. Someone sneered. Not only won't they lose, but the top 10 pirate groups won't be so rich. Their money has to be distributed to so many people. Someone snorted. What do you know? Which commander of the 10 pirate groups has less than 100 million? Han Fei had no time to listen to these people's discussion. When he paid, his face turned green. He accidentally overbought. There were 27 million more than 42 million. This was the biggest deal Han Fei had ever made. Han Fei said, "Can I trade with ultra-quality spiritual weapons?" 203 was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Of course. However, it has to be at least an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Our super resource store doesn't accept anyone below the quality of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei nodded slightly. With a thought, in front of him, with clangs, a large number of glittering ultra-quality divine weapons were piled on the ground. Like a mountain. There were as many as 3,000 of them. 203 didn't expect Han Fei to take out so many ultra-quality divine weapons at once. Even the Thunder Fire world couldn't take out so many ultra-quality divine weapons at once. It must be noted that the refinement of an ultra-quality divine weapon required a professional refiner to refine it for a few months. Some weaker refiners even needed years, decades, or even hundreds of years to refine it. Who wouldn't be shocked when Han Fei casually took out more than 3,000 pieces? However, 203 was very happy that Han Fei used ultra-quality divine weapons to trade. These sea establishment materials were too difficult to sell. However, ultra-quality divine weapons were too easy to sell. Besides, the purchase price was not high. The average price was less than 25,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. So they could earn much more than simply selling sea establishment realm materials. Before the appraisers, who had already been prepared, began to appraise the ultra-quality divine weapons, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man appear at the trade scene. As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, 203 and the others immediately cupped their hands and bowed. Master King Yu. The man nodded slightly. Xia Xiaochan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "By Yu, known as King Yu. I only know that he is one of the kings of the Martial Emperor City." Bai Yu glanced at Xia Xiaochan and said, "I'll personally check these resources." Buzz. All kinds of ultra-quality divine weapons flew past. It only took Bai Yu half an hour to finish counting them. Then, he took a deep look at Han Fei and said, "There are a total of 3,000 pieces. The total price is 24,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones per piece. Any objections?" Han Fei shook his head. No. Han Fei didn't take out some common weapons in the first place. He only took out these 3,000 weapons that he thought were of average quality. Of course, they were still all ultra-quality divine weapons. Bai Yu said, "If there's no other deal, we will pay you another 3.45 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, and this deal will be over." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's good." I wonder what the collection standards of the resource shops are? Bayou said, we won't accept resources below the peak of the Venerable Realm. Unless they are extremely special. Of course, the other shops on the island will very likely accept them. However, in the Martial Emperor City, resources below the Venerable Realm are not circulated. Some ordinary resources are very cheap. The valuable ones are all good. Hanfei nodded slightly. Got it. Deal over. Bayou nodded slightly. In the next moment, he disappeared. Today, everyone present was stunned. Hanfei and Xia Xiaochan had almost bought 100 million worth of resources. What were they going to do? To become kings? This time, Hanfei paid a heavy price. Although Hanfei had a lot of resources, they couldn't withstand such consumption. Hanfei planned to keep many resources and take them back to the Yin-Yang world. However, when he was shopping in the super resource store, he really couldn't control himself. For example, when he saw the leaves of the divine demon vine, Hanfei knew that the leaves were made of precious divine demon threads. If he used them to refine battle suits, he could even refine a sea-quelling bizarre treasure level battle suit. To put it bluntly, it should be easy to refine 9 sets of battle suits with the 9 leaves, which equaled 9 sets of sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Also, the 6th grade soul pill. If this thing was to be auctioned, the price might be 5 million higher than now. There were still some in the resource store, because the resource store had a rich variety of items. It was a high-end store, so such high-end things couldn't be lacking. Of course, among these things, the first things Hanfei could use were the 11 big veins. Those were the tendons in the sea establishment realm. Using them to refine the void lines, its power was enough to shake sea establishers. To deal with a half-king? There would almost be no miss. The news that Hanfei and Xia Xiaochan spent billions in the resource shop spread throughout the entire Martial Emperor City in a moment. After all, they spent too much money. Although the Martial Emperor City was said to have countless treasures, it was rare for someone to spend billions like Hanfei. Even the leaders of the 10 pirate groups had never spent so much money before. Of course, the main reason was that these things were useless to them. They didn't know how to refine weapons or refine pills. As for the things like 6th grade soul pills that could increase their strength, they had already bought a lot. At this moment, not long after Hanfei left the resource store, he saw Li Kaitian. Seeing Hanfei, Li Kaitian immediately greeted him. Captain, I heard that you came to the island and the resource store. Old Song was afraid that you didn't had enough money, so he asked me to send you money. Li Kaitian immediately took out a sun moon shell and handed it to Hanfei. Then, he looked in the direction of the resource store and asked tentatively, have you finished buying? Hanfei said, if I wait for you to deliver me money, I would have been detained for a long time. Is there 20 million here? Li Kaitian nodded. Captain, is your information true? We could have asked for more, but we didn't know it. Heh. Hanfei said impatiently, forget it. I've already been to the intelligence center. It can't be much higher. Let's go back first. The Martial Emperor's inheritance will open in 2 days. Let's go back and study it. Hey! Captain, what did you buy? We haven't visited this resource store yet. It said that the things inside are quite expensive, easily charging hundreds of thousands. As soon as Li Kaitian said so, someone exclaimed not far away, look, that's the Avenger, Han Fei. He just bought 100 million worth of goods from the resource store. Wow, a pirate captain is indeed extraordinary. Someone greeted Han Fei. Captain Han Fei, is the Avenger still recruiting? Han Fei said casually, no. The man only felt it was a pity, but he didn't take it seriously. However, Li Kaitian was stunned. What did he mean by buying goods worth 100 million? Was the captain that rich? Li Kaitian still remembered that Song Kaiyuan and the others discussed that Han Fei might have 30 to 40 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Logically speaking, this money should be enough. Song Kaiyuan only asked him to deliver Han Fei money, just in case. However, he bought 100 million? Was 20 million really a lot? Han Fei asked, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Night fell. In the sky above the martial emperor city, there were no clouds or mist. One could still see the moonlight and the stars. Just as Han Fei and the others were about to reach the rented yard, suddenly Han Fei glanced at a figure in the distance. The figure didn't intend to hide but appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Li Kaitian was still dumbfounded. Who the F***ck is this? However, Xia Shechan's face changed. Han Fei looked at the coquettish face and the mocking smile. He was immediately in a bad mood. Even if he had just spent 100 million, he still felt bad. Han Fei said indifferently, long time no see. Why? Are you going to attack me? In the martial emperor city? The man opposite him chuckled. I didn't expect a little guy to reach such a level in such a short time. It's a little beyond my expectations. Han Fei sneered. There are still many things you didn't expect. We haven't settled our scores yet. You killed me once, remember? Chen Huangdian held his head high and smiled with his hands behind his back. With your current strength, you're not qualified to settle scores with me. Let's talk after you transcend the heavenly tribulation. Then, Chen Huangdian looked at Xia Shaochan and said, Little princess, all these years, I indulge you squandering resources and exploring secret realms and holy lands. Is this how you repay me? Xia Shaochan blushed, but she still raised her head and said, Don't think I don't know. You have an ulterior motive. You taught me and gave me resources just to wake up my mother. I'm just too weak to wake her up. Otherwise, why would you nurture me? Chen Huangdian said leisurely, What you said makes me really sad. It seems that women betray easily. Now that your man has come to you, you betrayed us. Without hesitation, although you are our princess. Li Kaitian listened on the side and felt the sweat on his back dripping down. He secretly swallowed. Judging from the conversation between the two of them, the person in front of him should be Chen Huangdian from the Merman royal family. It was said that he was one of the top 10 kings in the entire raging sea. Han Fei said, Do you have anything else? If not, get out of the way. I don't have time to talk to you. Chen Huangdian's lips curled. Sure enough, now that you are in the martial emperor city, your tone becomes so tough. However, do you think you can stop me by making up some groundless information? Han Fei said, We'll see when the time comes. You'd better not give me a chance to grow up. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Chen Huangdian chuckled. Let's wait and see. With that said, Chen Huangdian still had his hands behind his back. In 2 steps, he disappeared from the street. After Chen Huangdian left, Han Fei still looked awful. Han Fei secretly wondered if he had underestimated Chen Huangdian. It seemed that the information alone was not enough. Xia Xiaochan said, "Don't worry. At least in the martial emperor city, he won't have a chance to do anything." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay. Forget him. Let's see how to deal with him after we get the martial emperor's inheritance." The next day, Han Fei's deeds continued to spread in the martial emperor city. The news about the oracle and Chen Huangdian had finally spread throughout the martial emperor city. When the news spread, the entire martial emperor city was in an uproar. For a moment, the strong masters in the martial emperor city changed their opinion of the merman race. In the past, although the mermen were powerful, they weren't strong enough to dominate the raging sea. However, after this news spread, the merman's image in everyone's hearts changed a little. Song Kaiyuan and the others went out to shop early in the morning to get some information about the martial emperor's inheritance. Han Fei didn't go out again. At this moment, Han Fei could feel the arrival of his clone, which meant that Shuizhan had come. However, this was normal. The heavenly talents of the 36 heavenly palaces must have all come for the martial emperor's inheritance. If Shuizhan didn't come, it would be strange. However, this time, Han Fei had to find a way to withdraw his clone. After all, without a clone, Han Fei's strength was not at its peak. The next morning, Han Fei used the one day in Forge the Universe to refine all 10 Azure Dragon tendons. This was the only way Han Fei could quickly improve his strength. As for the other resources, he would refine them one by one when he had enough time. Today was the day the martial emperor's inheritance was opened. Song Kaiyuan and the others had already quietly returned to their camp. And Han Fei relied on intelligence to go straight to the mountains in the south of the city. In the lush mountains, there was a flat valley. On the plain here, there was a black mist. When Han Fei saw the black mist, his pupils were constricted slightly. Huh? Why does this look like the star sea mist of the 1,000-star proving ground? At this moment, there were more than 23,000 people standing in the square. From junior venerables to half-kings. Among these people, there were very few junior and intermediate venerables. But most of them were advanced venerables and peak-level venerables. Even so, there were more than 23,000 venerables here. This number made Han Fei realize that there was no shortage of venerables in this world. The venerables in the entire raging sea were probably several times more than this. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Among them, many people frowned when they saw Han Fei. For example, the Golden Crow world, the Medicine King world, the Dream Weaving world, the Spirit Refining world, the Infinity world, the Azure Pirates, the Crimson Fire Pirates, the Predator Pirates, the Fierce Wind Pirates. These people were all enemies of Han Fei. Han Fei had robbed too many people from the 36 heavenly palaces. In the land of King Death, he had robbed almost every world. On the Snow God's temple's side, Ice Snow Chuling looked at Han Fei, who had appeared openly. After hearing what Han Fei had done in the past 2 days, countless pirates were tempted to rob him. On the Devil Girl pirates' side, Long Wu, Xinzhu, and a group of venerables who had interacted with Han Fei looked extremely complicated. Back then, they didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. The Avenger actually dared to provoke others everywhere and even attack the fleet of the Infinity World alone? He was simply a lunatic. Han Fei ignored these people and stared at the black fog in front of him, saying casually, "So that's it?" Everyone looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochuan in a different light because they all knew their identities. One was the commander of the Avenger pirates. It was said that he had the combat power of the Sea Establishment realm and had already fought many kings. Except for being defeated by Bei Xianbing, he had never been defeated. One was the princess of the Merman royal family, whose identity was very noble. She lived a pampered life in the Merman royal family and was a high and mighty existence. Not to mention whether she was strong or not, whoever touched her would probably be hunted by the entire Merman royal family. At this moment, more than 20,000 people were gathered here just to participate in this so-called trial of the martial emperor's inheritance. According to the information Song Kaiyuan had obtained, the martial emperor's inheritance was just a test and didn't involve the participants fighting each other. It was said that the martial emperor's inheritance had 4 major tests: luck, challenge, comprehension, and life and death test. However, the message didn't specify the process. At this moment, when everyone saw the black mist seal that appeared in the day, they could roughly guess that the trial should be in this mist. Swish! 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 When everyone gathered, 8 sea establishers appeared in the air with swishes. Among them, Han Fei found that he knew 2 of them. They were Yan Meng from the Intelligence Center and Bai Yu from the Super Resource Store. Han Fei didn't know where the other 6 kings came from, but he estimated that they were all sea establishers from the Martial Emperor city. Han Fei didn't believe that there were only 8 kings in the Martial Emperor city. However, the Martial Emperor city was only this big, so they didn't have to send all the kings over. With these people maintaining the order and explaining the rules, it would be enough. Among these 8 people, there was a rather elegant young man wearing a light green robe and holding a paper fan in his hand. His elegant and cultured temperament was very eye-catching. Xia Xiaochuan said, "I know this person. He's Zhang Luotian from the Martial Emperor city. His weapon is the sky feather fan. It's said that his strength is ranked in the top 10 of the sea establishers in the entire raging sea." Han Fei's heart did a flip. The top 10? This person must be powerful. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Can Bei Xianbing enter the top 10? Xia Xiaochuan shook her head. No. Han Fei immediately understood. In this case, the top 10 were really powerful. Although he was only fighting Bei Xianbing with his black mist body, and his strength wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something ordinary sea establishers could defeat with one blow. Of course, Han Fei didn't know how powerful the top 10 were. However, if even Bei Xianbing couldn't enter the top 10, even if he transcended the tribulation and became a king, he shouldn't be able to reach this level. After all, they had been in the sea establishment realm for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for them to be surpassed by a newcomer so easily. Otherwise, what was the point of the existence of the sea establishment realm? Zhang Luotian said, "Everyone, welcome to the Millennium Banquet of our Martial Emperor city. The Martial Emperor's inheritance is the only inheritance since the establishment of our Martial Emperor city. So far, no one has been able to complete the inheritance trial 100%. The rules are the same as before, with a total of 4 rounds of tests. The person with the best result in the trial can propose 3 conditions to the Martial Emperor city that are within our ability. If one's result of the trial reaches 95%, he can accept the real Martial Emperor's inheritance. Now, the trial will begin in half an hour. Han Fei didn't know the contents of the test, but with so many people here, he didn't have to panic. After all, he wouldn't be worse than most people. After half an hour, the trial officially began. Zhang Luotian and the others closed the way and nodded slightly. The first round of the test is a pure competition of luck. In a while after entering this black fog, anyone who can obtain the golden bead from the black fog will be qualified to carry out the next round of the test. Remember, you can't snatch the golden bead. Don't compete for it needlessly. In the black fog, everyone will be covered in a mist. Therefore, you won't recognize each other. And at the same time, you can't attack others. The entire trial process will last for a day. After obtaining the golden bead, you will be expelled out by the black fog. When the black fog disappears, those who haven't obtained the golden bead will be eliminated. As soon as Zhang Luotian said so, the black fog automatically spread out. The 8 kings shouted at the same time, the trial begins. Swish! 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 More than 20,000 people flew into the depths of the black fog, like moths to a flame. Of course, some people, such as Han Fei and Xia Shaochan, just walked casually into the depths of the black fog. Han Fei said, if the result can be determined soon, it won't take a day. Han Fei thought that he had never lost a battle of luck. When he was in the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world, his luck was very good. Everyone who knew him knew that he was lucky. However, what troubled Han Fei was that his clone Shuizhan would probably gain nothing. After all, he and Shuizhan were the same person. Theoretically speaking, he would only get 1 golden bead. Before Han Fei entered the depths of the black mist, he saw a person looking at him. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was Li Xinghan. Li Xinghan said casually, I'm very curious about how much your secret technique will consume you. However, you can't just rely on secret techniques to become stronger. I'll wait for you in the 4th round. With that, Li Xinghan walked into the depths of the mist. Not far away, there was another person looking at Han Fei. That person looked quite ferocious and vicious and had braided hair. He was clearly very fashionable. The man said, Han Fei, right? I'm Wu Duishu from the Supreme Clearness world. We both walk the path of invincibility. Nice to meet you. Han Fei glanced at him and rolled his eyes. I hope you die soon. If you die, I won't have any opponents. With that, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan swaggered into the depths of the black mist. Wu Duishu smiled and didn't seem to care, but his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, the master of Yinyang world? Him? Taking 100 steps forward, Han Fei felt that he was in the starry sky. At this moment, Han Fei looked aside and found that Xia Shaochan had disappeared. In Han Fei's vision, he could clearly see that there were several people nearby who were also at a loss. When he looked up again, he saw a shooting star cutting through the sky. Before Han Fei moved, he saw the people around rush at the shooting star with a swish. Han Fei shook his head speechlessly. Wasn't it said that it depended on luck? It was useless to snatch it. Therefore, Han Fei didn't intend to do such a meaningless thing. When they were outside, Zhang Luotian had told them that the martial emperor's inheritance had a degree of completion. Han Fei couldn't help thinking how to measure the degree of completion in this competition for golden beads. In the starry sky, stars fell one after another. However, none of them aroused Han Fei's interest. In the outside world. Swish. 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 One trial taker after another appeared in the wilderness outside. These people were holding dazzling golden beads in their hands. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely find that this thing was clearly a star bead from the 1,000-star proving ground in the Inyang world. In the galaxy, Han Fei raised his head because he saw a shooting star flying towards him. Han Fei's heart flipped. Just now, Zhang Luotian said that once he got the golden bead, he would appear in the outside world. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't quite understand, so he didn't raise his hand. When the golden light smashed at him, Han Fei tilted his body slightly and quickly scanned it with his perception. At that moment, Han Fei finally saw it clearly. This was clearly a star bead. He had taken so many star beads, so he couldn't be wrong. The one just now was a 7-star star bead. Han Fei frowned slightly. Why were there star beads here? Could it be that the 1,000-star proving ground in the Inyang world actually imitated the Martial Emperor's inheritance? However, after missing the 7-star star bead, Han Fei didn't regret it at all. It was just a 7-star star bead. In the Inyang world, he didn't even bother to pick it up. 6 hours later, more than 20 star beads flew past Han Fei one after another. Han Fei didn't take any of them, because there wasn't even a 9-star star bead here. The highest was only 8 stars. Can I only wait for my luck? Han Fei was puzzled. At this moment, Han Fei's great Tao changed, and he recited silently, "Here. Luck is all on me." Han Fei was just testing it out with common sense. However, swish. 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 In the sky, tens of millions of golden meteors smashed at Han Fei. F***ck. Han Fei was stunned and said in surprise, "A meteor shower?" Apart from Han Fei, in the starry sky, countless people looked up. Someone was surprised. Well, there are so many golden beads. How can we not get any? Someone was shocked. Is this grand occasion caused by someone? Someone was shocked. Hiss, am I so lucky to trigger a rain of golden beads? Many people rushed to Han Fei. Most people thought that this was a natural phenomenon, and those who saw it should have a share. However, a few people looked horrified and murmured, "There are people with great luck here who can attract star beads like rain. Who is it?" As for Han Fei, the protagonist of this incident, in the face of such a violent storm of star beads, his body was moving extremely subtly. Han Fei activated his soul with the microscopic technique and swept the space. Swish. 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 When the dense star beads passed him, Han Fei didn't attack for dozens of seconds. Seeing this scene, the others who came were all shocked and in disbelief. Hiss. This wonder is actually for one person? Someone made up his mind and stepped forward to snatch the golden beads. However, a scorching flame accidentally shattered. His body and soul were suddenly penetrated. Many restless people were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Just as more and more people were watching, suddenly, Han Fei extended his hand into the void and encountered the first 9-star star bead. However, just as Han Fei almost touched the 9-star star bead, suddenly, Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers with his other hand. He immediately looked at the sky, where there was a dazzling star bead, and a gentle starlight appeared silently. Han Fei immediately retracted his hand and grabbed a bead that was not golden, but shining with white light. The moment Han Fei held the bead in his hand, he saw golden light pouring into it. The white bead changed color, turning golden, and a 10-star symbol appeared on it. This was the first time Han Fei had seen a 10-star symbol. Even in the Yin-Yang world, he had never seen a 10-star bead. Besides, when Han Fei took the star bead, a voice seemed to appear in his mind: luck trial, 100% completion. Swish. Before Han Fei was surprised, the star sea space in front of him disappeared. Han Fei's eyes suddenly widened. It was the valley field he came from. After coming out, Han Fei looked down and found that the star bead in his hand no longer had a star-level symbol. It seemed to have been hidden. Although he was surprised that he got a 100% trial result, Han Fei still looked around and searched for Xia Xiaochan. Seeing that she hadn't come out yet, Han Fei glanced at the others. Han Fei saw Song Kaiyuan, Jian Hui, and Song Hongyu from the Dragon Subduing world, but he didn't see others he knew here. At this moment, people appeared in this open space from time to time. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaochan appeared in the open space with a swish. As soon as Xia Xiaochan came out, she walked around and found Han Fei. Immediately, Xia Xiaochan ran to Han Fei. 9 stars. I wonder if this is the highest or the lowest? Han Fei noticed that there were 8 half-kings here. He said with a smile. I'm also a 9-star. Even if it's not the highest, I don't think anyone among these people has a bead higher than the 9-star level. What was the identity of the Martial Emperor city? Han Fei wasn't sure yet. In short, the completion rate was not set by these people. It seemed that it was judged by another power. Therefore, he only needed to go all the way down the trial. There was no need to shout the result out now. While Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were discussing that they had only obtained 9-star beads, Zhang Luotian and the other sea establishment kings were also secretly discussing. Zhang Luotian said, she has got a 9-star bead. As expected of the princess of the Merman royal family. Han Fei is also quite good. Unfortunately, he is still not perfect yet. Yan Meng said, 10-star is a legend. We've never seen it before. In this competition of luck, the top heavenly talents should all be 9-star. I wonder, how many 9-star heavenly talents there are this time? Baiyu said, this is just the first trial. There are many latecomers. Let's wait and see. Suddenly, someone asked, what are Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan doing? Everyone saw that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had taken out a big pot, which was stuffed with the flesh of a king and was cooking. All the kings were speechless. You're eating on such a serious occasion? Is this really appropriate? However, Song Kaiyuan and the others who had eaten Han Fei's hot pot couldn't help but turn green when they saw Han Fei take out the big pot. Come on, Captain, can you still eat on this occasion? Half a day later. Slurp. Ah. Han Fei took a bite of the shrimp meat. At this time, many people had come out. Many venerables were stunned to see Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan eating. Someone was lost for words. They must be deliberately interfering with our thoughts. Someone exclaimed, are they cooking the flesh of a king? That's too extravagant. Most people smelled the rich fragrance and had to stabilize their minds and close their sense of smell in case their minds were disturbed. During this period, Han Fei was surprised. For some reason, his clone, Shui Zhan, also came out. This meant that Shui Zhan had also obtained a star bead. Snow Chuling was also very confused. She looked at Han Fei and then at Shui Zhan, thinking, isn't this said to be a test of luck? How can a person have two different results? 1 day passed. More than 17,000 people came out of the black fog. In other words, in the first round, theoretically the simplest test, more than 6,000 people were eliminated. This was just the first round. Buzz. Zhang Luotian raised his hand, and the black fog slowly disappeared. The remaining more than 6,000 people appeared in another open space. Most of these people didn't look good. Those who could come to the Martial Emperor city to participate in the trial of the Martial Emperor's inheritance were at least carefully selected. Many people felt that they had great potential, but they were eliminated. Among the 8 kings, someone shouted, "Those who are eliminated leave within 100 seconds. Buzz. After the eliminated people left, not far in front of everyone, 4 doors appeared in a row, existing in the form of void vortexes. These gates were of different colors. When the vortex spun, it caused strange light ripples. It looked white, blue, red, and dark red. Zhang Luotian nodded slightly at the other kings and then said, "In the next trial, most of you will be eliminated. However, it doesn't matter if you are eliminated. Once you feel that you are in a life and death crisis and have no way to survive, remember to crush the golden bead in your hand. Otherwise, you may really die." Everyone couldn't help but look at the golden bead in their hands. At this moment, the golden beads had already fused with their spiritual will. With a thought, they would appear completely in their hands. What made them look solemn was that there was a chance of death in the second trial. But with this golden bead, it shouldn't be a problem. However, there were still some people who were puzzled by the 4 doors. Someone said, "Masters, which door should we enter?" This time, it was Yan Meng's turn to speak. She said, "You need to ask the golden bead in your hand which door you should enter. Take out the golden pearl first. If you sense which door is most attractive to you, go to that door." Everyone hurriedly tried, and someone immediately received feedback. "Mine is the first white door. It's summoning me. I'm also the first door." "Huh? I'm the second door. I only took a 4-star golden bead. I thought it was very low. It seems that it should be better than the first door." "Yes. I'm also the second door." "Huh? Are yours both the second door?" Just as most people were summoned by the first and second doors, someone suddenly said, "Look, Nangong Yu from the dream-weaving world is walking towards the third door." "Hey, Li Xuanfeng from the wind-slaying world is also the third door." "What? Jian Hui from the supreme mystic world is actually the 4th door." At this time, the difference of 1 door represented the difference in talent, luck, and the quality of the star bead in the eyes of the trial takers. Xiao Shaochan looked at Han Fei and said, "I can sense the 3rd and 4th doors, but I feel more attracted to the 3rd door." Han Fei held the star bead. He only felt the summoning from the 4th door, but not the 3rd. However, the 2 of them saw that Li Xinghan, Wu Duishu, Jian Hui, Song Kaiyuan, Li Xuanfeng, Wu Hao, and Song Longyu had all gone to the 4th door. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Your talent and bloodline are much stronger than theirs. Therefore, their connection to the 3rd door should be very strong too." However, because they were summoned by the 4th door at the same time, they chose the 4th door. If I'm not wrong, this second checkpoint is also used to eliminate people. When the time comes, if there's really danger, crush the star bead. Don't hesitate. Xia Xiaochan nodded. Let's go. I'll choose the fourth door too. Han Fei nodded slightly, but he casually glanced around. Now that he had taken a 10-star star bead, shouldn't he have some special treatment? How could he be differentiated from those taking a 9-star star bead? Unfortunately, there were only 4 doors. Han Fei had no choice but to enter the fourth door. Apart from the 36 mystic worlds, the merman race, the 100 demon race, and the undersea human race were in a similar situation to the human race. Those who could enter the fourth gate were extremely rare. In the raging sea, there were a total of 167 people who entered the fourth door. This number was too small among the huge number of 23,000 trial takers. It was not even 1%. Among the heavenly talents, it was 1 in 100. Last time, when Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan entered the black fog, they were separated. This time, they entered the door hand in hand. However, when Han Fei appeared in this door world, he was separated from Xia Xiaochan again. However, Han Fei didn't really care. Few people could resist Xia Xiaochan when she used full strength. Han Fei observed his surroundings, and found that there was a calm lake in front of him. There was only a crescent moon in the sky, and there were no ripples on the lake under his feet. Only when he stepped on the water would there be a few ripples. Han Fei wanted to release his perception, but he immediately discovered that his perception range was only 1,000 kilometers. Wait a minute. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and immediately found that something was wrong. It was not that his perception range was only 1,000 kilometers, but that this world was only 1,000 kilometers. In the middle of the water, Han Fei saw a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the water like a statue. He looked very ordinary and had a square face and a burly figure. At this moment, he was very quiet as if he was meditating. However, when Han Fei came here, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. There you are. If you beat me, this level will be cleared. However, I won't hold back. From the looks of it, this trial was undoubtedly a battle. Han Fei estimated that since he had encountered such a battle, others should have encountered it too. However, if the opponent was a half-king, he wouldn't be afraid at all. The half-king aura on this young man couldn't fool him. Han Fei was puzzled. Who was this person? Was he a top heavenly talent, nurtured by the martial emperor city? However, it didn't make sense. If the people in the martial emperor city were all heavenly talents of this level, wouldn't there be more than 17,000 opponents for the 17,000 people? So, where was he now? Buzz. 2 kitchen knives appeared in Han Fei's hands. Even if he didn't use the power of his great Tao, he had already reached the limit of the half-king realm. He was almost in the sea establishment realm. With only one opponent, why should he use all his strength? Swish. Although he didn't intend to use the power of the great Tao, Han Fei didn't underestimate his opponent. At the beginning, he used the yin-yang reincarnation saber. The double knives slashed out, and Han Fei's speed instantly soared to the extreme. He streaked across like a star mark and brandished his saber with both hands. 2 saber beams that reached the sky tore through the calm lake. A terrifying saber beam that was tens of thousands of meters high slid across the water. Because the speed was too fast, it seemed to form 2 air walls. Han Fei believed that there were fewer than 10 people in the same realm who could withstand such an attack head-on in the 36 mystic worlds. However, the young man on the opposite side suddenly grinned coldly. Bo. A golden ripple formed in front of him, and his aura rose to the sky. Void God Barrier. Clang. 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 Both the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber and the two draw techniques exploded at the same time. After blocking Han Fei's attack, a seemingly condensed void barrier rose in front of the young man. The blow just now caused a dark red murderous aura to shake and sweep the entire lake. At this moment, the young man's strength had completely erupted. The clothes on his arms exploded, the red silk around his neck fluttered, the surrounding lake swirled, and the void was still. Han Fei's attack had completely been absorbed. He said, "I'm still not strong enough. There's no limit to strength. I can still be stronger." Roar. Han Fei was shocked and felt that something was wrong. Although this person had said that he wouldn't hold back, it felt like he was trying his best to challenge him. His obsession to become stronger had reached a crazy level. Swish. Suddenly, the young man disappeared. Han Fei was shocked. So fast. Han Fei's eyes were already very fast. He saw a figure rushing at him, but the other party was too fast for him to fight back. Buzz. Before his hand could react, Han Fei's soul reacted. A black armor array suddenly appeared. This was the fastest array Han Fei could set up. Crack. Boom. Han Fei felt as if he had been blown away by a king-level strike. It felt like the blow of Yun Tianhe from the infinity world he had felt back then. In short, it felt like he was instantly defeated. Fuse. In the process of flying backward, Han Fei chose to fuse with Little Black and Little White. As soon as the fusion was completed and the Yin-Yang divine eyes appeared, he saw a fist mark pressing down from above. Shoot. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei's body glowed with golden light, and his invincible will formed a giant shield in front of him. Crack. Crack. Bang. In the same scene, Han Fei was flying much faster than lightning. In an instant, the fist mark above exploded the water surface, causing huge waves on the lake. Pfft. He vomited a mouthful of golden blood. Han Fei was shocked. Son of AB****, I underestimated my enemy. Han Fei didn't expect that there was such a strong master in the half-king realm. As the saying went, in a battle between strong masters, even if one was the least careless, he would lose the entire game. He was suppressed by the opponent just now, causing him to be unable to react in time. Roar. At this moment, the 100-beast soul devouring roared. The man's fist mark arrived again. It was about to hit him, but it paused for a moment. This time was extremely short, almost negligible. Swish. Immediately, dozens of projections appeared, and Han Fei retreated quickly. Activating the power of the Great Tao, his combat power sword. And those projections were blown up in an instant. So strong. Han Fei knew that he had encountered the strongest opponent in his life. Even when he fought Sea Establishers, he had never felt so powerless. However, today, he was beaten into such a state by an opponent in the same realm as him. Han Fei had never been so nervous. The moment he blocked the other party with the power of his projections, he moved his original body out and hurriedly activated his Great Tao. His combat power soared crazily as he activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. However, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique took time to activate. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber appeared again. Han Fei took this opportunity to crush 2 ultra-quality divine weapons and launched another Yin-Yang reincarnation blade. Even under such circumstances, the young man tried to appear in front of him. In an instant, facing the Yin-Yang reincarnation saber, he punched Han Fei. Although Han Fei's strength hadn't reached its peak yet, how could he admit defeat now? He also clenched his fists and punched out. Rumble! Rumble! The lake instantly exploded, and waves splashed all over the sky. Han Fei was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, and the young man only retreated more than 100 feet. Crack! It sounded like Han Fei's fingers were all broken. Han Fei's face was extremely dark. This was the first time he had been in such a sorry state. He almost couldn't fight back. If it were an ordinary person, he would have long been beaten to death. However, who was Han Fei? He had the indestructible golden body, and his strength was comparable to a king's. A heaven enlightenment divine technique fell, but it failed to illuminate Han Fei, because when Han Fei was about to be illuminated, he was blown away by this guy. However, as his great Tao circulated, Han Fei became strong again. Han Fei roared, "Come up!" This time, the person didn't chase over, but stood still. He said, "The power of your great Tao is quite powerful. It seems that finally, someone can make me challenge my limit?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. While the person didn't take action, the heaven enlightenment divine technique descended and immediately enveloped his body, and the bones in his body cracked. His 10 fingers, his ribs, and his soul and power that had been separated had all recovered. Han Fei said, "Brother, before the fight, can I ask who you are?" "Who am I?" "You can call me Martial Emperor." Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you kidding me? The Martial Emperor is only a half-king?" However, the man immediately returned to fighting. He said, "The battle begins." As for Han Fei, after using the heaven enlightenment divine technique, he immediately changed his great Tao into the path of invincibility and the great Tao of time. Plus the great Tao of his original body, this should be his strongest configuration at present. With a thought, the spiritual energy around Han Fei turned into a time barrier. Han Fei drew his knife, held time, and instantly rushed at the man. However, when the two of them fought, Han Fei discovered that this person's speed was too fast and the outbreak of his combat power was too strong. Even though he had activated his great Taos, had the powerful combat power of the sea establishment realm and accelerated his combat speed, that person could still catch up with him. When Han Fei used a knife, he found that using a weapon seemed to affect his speed. Even if he used time acceleration, it required a high level of control of time power. While he had to divert his attention to control time, he had to fight such a strong master. After 2 or 3 seconds, although he wasn't defeated, he didn't have any advantage. Immediately, Han Fei gave up the idea of attacking the other party with the time blade. He simply accelerated his combat speed and slowed down the other party's attack frequency with the time technique. Even so, with bangs. In just 3 or 5 seconds, the two had probably fought tens of thousands of times. Han Fei's spiritual energy and energy were emptied in the second. Fortunately, Han Fei had reserve spiritual energy and could absorb energy extremely quickly. After holding on for about 5 seconds, Han Fei felt that there was no place in his body that didn't hurt. Seeing this situation, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. 2 wisps of Chaotic chi immediately spread out in his body, and his strength increased. Again. However, seeing that Han Fei had used the chaotic chi, the young man didn't hold back at all. He seemed to have also detonated chaotic chi crazily. As their fists collided, the lake instantly exploded, and the two of them hit the barrier. The two wisps of chaotic chi in Han Fei's body were instantly exhausted. Because of the use of the chaotic chi, violent energy swept the world within 1,000 kilometers on the surface of the water. To put it bluntly, if any venerable below the peak of the venerable realm dared to be in this environment, his probability of death was almost 100%. When his invincible golden body was used to the extreme, his disassembling degree of spiritual energy was 100%, and the Tao runes were instantly condensed. Han Fei still failed to win this battle. Han Fei's heart sank. The strength of the person opposite him seemed to be improving. When Han Fei became stronger, he would become stronger too. Why? Bang! 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 The battle between Han Fei and the martial emperor had lasted for nearly 10 seconds. Now, it had reached the limit of Han Fei's combat power. Buzz! Blue light appeared, time flowed, and Han Fei's strength returned to its peak. Of course, Han Fei consumed 20 wisps of chaotic chi. In such a high-intensity battle, even if Han Fei didn't want to consume this power, he had to. If his strength wasn't at its peak, he would lose in an instant. F***ck, is the martial emperor's inheritance so difficult? When they came in this time, Zhang Luotian and the others didn't say how long the second trial would last. Han Fei felt that it couldn't be only 20 seconds, right? But if they were all opponents of this level, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder who could last to the end. If he couldn't even withstand it, he couldn't imagine how many people could. However, Han Fei didn't know that only 5 seconds after he entered, dozens or even hundreds of people were appearing almost uniformly in the wilderness outside. By the 5th second, there were nearly 5,000 people in the wilderness. At this moment, everyone looked scared. Someone said in shock, "So strong, so strong. I didn't even see that person. I only felt that the aura of death had been enveloping me. Too strong. I only took one punch, and my body almost shattered. That person is simply invincible. By the way, did you see who that person was? I only saw a black shadow." Someone was lost for words. No. He crushed me in every aspect. Except for passively blocking, I can't even find a chance to attack. Zhang Luotian and the others stood in the sky as if they had expected it. Someone said, "Why don't we bet on how long the longest can last?" I bet 20 seconds. Baiyu said huffily, "Ling Yuan, just because you opened a casino doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, okay? All you know is gambling?" The martial emperor's inheritance is a big deal. You'd better hold back. The man named Ling Yuan shrugged and said, "I didn't say anything wrong. This level is too difficult. Fighting the martial emperor himself. In the past tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to hold on for 100 seconds. Zhang Luotian said leisurely, "The martial king once set the record of 82 seconds, which is unparalleled. This time, there are also many heroes. Here, there are 3 strong masters taking the path of invincibility, and the top heavenly talents from the Merman royal family, the 100 demons, and the undersea human race. But no one can last 50 seconds. There should be some who can last 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Ling Yuan curled his lips and said, "Anyway, I only lasted 24 seconds back. Then. It was too difficult. I really couldn't beat him." Yan Meng said, "Those who can persist for 20 seconds mean that they have a high chance of becoming a king. Let's see." At this moment, the battles in the door world were endless. Huh? The young man who called himself Martial Emperor couldn't help but say after seeing Han Fei use the time technique, "The great Tao of time is just a stall for time. How can the strong win by stalling?" Roar. At that moment, the Martial Emperor seemed to have erupted. A huge mystic sky bird floated in the air. In Han Fei's eyes, the big bird's wings were shining with golden light. When it spread its wings, Han Fei saw a human face on the bird's head. F***CK. Human face, bird body, golden-winged rock? Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. If it was what he understood, it was said that this bird ate dragons, 500 dragons a day. Was this spiritual beast a joke? Hiss. At this moment, Han Fei regretted leaving the Emperor Sparrow in the Yin-Yang world. However, Little Black and Little White hadn't become venerables yet. Even if they fused, they might not be able to defeat this Martial Emperor. However, to Han Fei's surprise, there was no information about the Golden Rock in his eyes. This situation meant that the battle he was experiencing now should be fake. Swish. 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 Han Fei was guessing, but the Martial Emperor didn't stop. The golden-winged rock was very fast in speed, so the Martial Emperor's speed suddenly soared. Boom boom boom. Han Fei and the Martial Emperor completely turned into infinite afterimages. In an instant, they launched 1,000 attacks. Han Fei was horrified. "No, I can't keep up. My body's reaction speed can't keep up either. The limit of the great Tao of time has been broken by this person. He's so strong." Bang! 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 In an instant, Han Fei was bombarded hundreds of times, and muffled bangs came from his body. The Martial Emperor took the chance and was about to launch a series of attacks. Han Fei was furious. The power of the ancient desolate war body erupted. From the beginning, Han Fei had been nurturing a fighting intent. At this moment, although he hadn't fully developed this fighting intent, Han Fei couldn't care less. If he didn't erupt now, he would be defeated. For others, this was a test. However, for him, this was an assessment from the Void Temple. If he failed the assessment, he would miss the chance to join the Void Temple. Therefore, no matter what the price was, he had to win this battle. Roar. How could Han Fei know that everyone outside was guessing how long the longest one could last? When the power of madness erupted, Han Fei shouted, "Clone, come over." On the other side, Shuizhan's body that was about to collapse suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the power of his clone returned. At this moment, Han Fei's strength reached its peak. With a thought from Han Fei, his clone returned. At this moment, Han Fei had reached his strongest state. Information flashed in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 89, Half-King. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2,720,986. Chaotic Chi, 2,276 Wisps. Spiritual Power, 323,446. Perception Range, 220,000 kilometers. Strength, 39,999 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 79. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 78. Main art, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending art, king level. Divine quality. Although there was still a lot of room for his soul power to grow, in terms of strength, Han Fei had reached the limit. This was a shackle that was already difficult to break through. However, at this moment, Han Fei activated the power of his great Tao, the ancient desolate war body erupted, and the path of invincibility was activated, so was the time technique. When Han Fei's combat power reached its peak, even if he met Bei Xianbing again, he still dared to fight him. Take my blow. Bang. 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 Boom boom boom. There was no telling if it was because Han Fei had a better understanding of the power of the great Tao, but when the two parties fought again, Han Fei could keep up with the speed of this martial emperor. The martial emperor shouted, "Fight! I am the strongest." Han Fei bared his teeth. "With me here, who do you think you are?" "Martial emperor, I told you that the great Tao of time is just to buy time in the outside world." At this moment, 30 seconds had passed. However, the expressions of Zhang Luotian and the others became solemn. Yan Meng said, "There are a total of 302 people who haven't come out yet. Most of them should have died. Among them, there should be less than 10 people who can last more than 30 seconds. Among them, there are Jiao Lai and Xia Xiaochan. From the Merman race, Bai Lilua from the 100 Demon race, Mu Qingxue from the Undersea Human race, Yi Fan, Zhang Heng, and Jing Shuang from the Martial Emperor City, An Wu Duishu, Li Xinghen and Han Fei from the 36 Mystic Worlds. Shuizhan should have died. The others couldn't help but glance at Yan Meng. How could you not know Shui Zhan's identity? Hearing Yan Meng's answer, they nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. After only 30 seconds, Bai Lilua and Mu Qingxue appeared almost at the same time. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Most of the people had come out. Few could last until now. Almost half a second after the two of them came out, another two people appeared. Most people didn't know these two people, but the people in the Martial Emperor City knew them. They were the top heavenly talents of the Martial Emperor City, Zhang Heng and Jing Shuang. After another 4 seconds, two figures appeared with a swish. It was Li Xinghen and a guy they didn't know. Someone was puzzled. Li Xinghen came out and lasted for a full 35 seconds. This time, he's probably going to enter the top 5. However, who is the person beside him? Someone said, "It's normal that you don't know that person. This person is a local heavenly talent of the Martial Emperor City named Yi Fan. He's one of the few disciples of the Martial Emperor City who have names." Unfortunately, even the local heavenly talents of the Martial Emperor City can't win first place. Someone exclaimed, "Wu Duishu hasn't appeared yet." Someone suddenly said, "Han Fei didn't appear either." While everyone was discussing, 3 seconds later, with a swish, a person with soaring blood qi appeared on the field. It's him, Wu Duishu, from the Supreme Clearness World. 38 seconds. I couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds. How did he hold on for 38 seconds? In the crowd, 2 people scoffed. Who else could it be but Bai Muling and Situ Yu Hua? Bai Muling said, "Jiao Lai and Princess Xia Xiaochan of our race haven't come out yet." Situ Yuhong said, "With the princess' strength, it's more than enough for her to hold on for 50 seconds. How can Wu Duishu compare to her?" As soon as they said so, a 7-colored light appeared, which turned out to be a male merman. Instantly, Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong heaved a sigh of relief. It was Jiao Lai. Even the 8 kings looked solemn. Everyone couldn't help looking at Zhang Luotian in shock. Old Zhang, how long did you last back then? 36 seconds? Zhang Luotian also looked solemn. This time, the strength of the trial takers completely exceeded our expectations. What surprised me even more was that someone could hold on until now. No matter how shocked the outside world was, at this moment, there were still people fighting in the door world. Transform. At this moment, Xiao Xiaochan unleashed her strongest strength. When Xiao Xiaochan activated the heavenly cicada transformation, it was impossible to see her with the naked eye. With the ability of the shadow shrimp, Xiao Xiaochan could turn into a shadow and even control the shadow of the martial emperor. However, this combat technique had been broken by the martial emperor in the 28th second. No matter how Xiao Xiaochan turned into a shadow, she couldn't escape the power of the soul. The martial emperor's combat power was strong, so was his soul. He turned his soul power into a soul body and fought the shadow. Originally, this kind of battle would end in 10 seconds. However, Xiao Xiaochan could also transform into the heavenly cicada. Xiao Xiaochan, who used speed and explosiveness as the core of her combat technique, became extremely fast in speed after activating the heavenly cicada transformation. Therefore, others didn't know that in all the battles, the only one who could fight evenly with the martial emperor was Xiao Xiaochan. Unfortunately, others couldn't watch the battle and didn't know the details. However, if Han Fei could watch here, he would find that the martial emperor who fought Xiao Xiaochan was much weaker than the one he fought. If one observed carefully, they would find that the martial emperors who fought different people were slightly stronger than the trial takers. Basically, the trial takers were all suppressed, including Xiao Xiaochan. Even if she seemed to be able to fight back, she was actually still suppressed. What they were fighting for was their resistance to pressure. After more than 80 seconds, Xiao Xiaochan felt that she had consumed too much energy. She knew that she couldn't win this battle, so she immediately gave up, absorbing power and gritted her teeth, crushing the star bead. She thought to herself, at least I've lasted for more than 80 seconds. After all, this person was too strong, ridiculously strong. Buzz. When Xiao Xiaochan appeared on the field, she saw that there were people everywhere. Countless strong masters of the merman race were shouting like a tide. A merman powerhouse said, "Your Highness, you're awesome. You've lasted for 81 seconds. This is unprecedented. Look, our merman race is the real strongest race after all. Who can compare to us? Heh. Wu Duishu? Li Xinghen? They're all waste. Only our merman races. Princess is number one." Even Li Xinghen, Wu Duishu, and the others had complicated expressions. How could someone last so long? However, after seeing Xiao Xiaochan come out, only a few people immediately thought of Han Fei. In fact, one of them had already asked about this. Someone from the Snow God's temple said, "Master Holy Lady, Master Holy Child hasn't appeared yet. Is Master Holy Child a hidden peerless heavenly talent?" However, Snow Chuling seemed to have guessed something. She only lasted for 24 seconds. After she came out and didn't see Shuizhan, she knew that Shuizhan had probably returned to his original body. Others didn't know, but she knew that Shuizhan was just a clone. If this clone tried his best in the battle, he would probably be on par with her. Therefore, when she waited for 30 seconds and didn't see the clone come out, she knew that she should tell the people of the snow god's temple that Shuizhan had died. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong also realized that something was wrong. Although they hoped that Han Fei would die in this door, they had seen Han Fei's strength. It would be strange if that guy died here. Xia Xiaochan looked around. Seeing that Han Fei hadn't come out yet, she asked. A merman, how many people haven't come out yet? The man hurriedly said, Your Highness, I don't know. We didn't count. However, Yan Meng said, so far, a total of 293 people haven't come out. Most of them should have died. In a moment, this door will close. At that time, if someone still doesn't come out, he must have died. Xia Xiaochan's face changed slightly. It was impossible that Han Fei would die here. He had so many means. The martial emperor might not be a match for him. In the door, Han Fei had consumed 100 wisps of chaotic qi. He had been fighting for about 120 seconds. At this moment, Han Fei was fighting crazily, so was the martial emperor. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Even though Han Fei felt pain all over his body, he had no chance or time to switch to the great Tao of heaven enlightenment to heal himself. However, the pain in his body made Han Fei realize that he probably couldn't hold on much longer. If he didn't use the great Tao of heaven enlightenment right away, he would probably be defeated. However, Han Fei must not admit defeat in this trial. This concerned whether he could enter the Void Temple or not. I have to win, I have to win. The godly weapons are waiting for me, a bunch of powerful backers. Oh no, a bunch of senior brothers and sisters are waiting for me in the void. I can't lose this battle. When Han Fei used the time reversal again, he thought to himself, why is this martial emperor so strong? Every time I become stronger, he becomes stronger too. Besides, why couldn't he see through the information of the golden-winged rock just now? Was this trial fake, or was it just a projection of the martial emperor? That's not right. If it's fake, why do I feel it so clearly? I can even communicate with this martial emperor? No, this can't go on. I have to test this person's strength again. Otherwise, even if I use up all my chaotic qi, I might not be able to defeat this guy. Under the blue light, Han Fei's eyes flickered. He had to try and see why this person was so strong. Immediately, Han Fei withdrew the power of the Great Tao and restored his original combat power. Anyway, if this didn't work out, he would probably be instantly blown up. At that time, he could just use the Great Tao of time and return to the peak of his combat power. Yet, when Han Fei's strength plummeted, something surprised Han Fei. Although the martial emperor was still pouncing on him quickly, he couldn't kill him instantly. Boom! Han Fei launched a violent blow, and the two of them retreated. F***ck. Did I just spend 100 whips of chaotic qi for nothing? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He should have realized it earlier. Who would always be stronger than you? If he was really so strong, why didn't he kill him in the beginning? So, this martial emperor was only slightly stronger than his current state. Therefore, he felt that no matter what state he was in, he was still weaker than him. Therefore, even if Han Fei didn't activate the power of the Great Tao, he wouldn't be defeated. Wouldn't the 100 wisps of chaotic qi be wasted? As soon as he discovered this, Han Fei had already sensed that something was wrong. This battle might be real, but the other party was definitely not that. Strong. Just now, he was too strong. If this martial emperor, a half-king, was really so strong, wouldn't kings in the raging sea be nothing but a decoration? Besides, he couldn't see any information of the golden-winged rock, which made Han Fei realize that no matter how real everything he had experienced was, it was definitely not real. Then he thought of the problem at the beginning. No matter how strong this martial emperor was, how could he have millions of clones to fight everyone at the same time? If he was really a monarch, he might have this ability. However, the martial emperor was already a legend in the martial emperor city. What he left was just a test. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more wrong he felt. The violence in his eyes became fainter and fainter. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. He smiled and dispersed the great Tao of time, no longer using spiritual energy. Han Fei stood quietly on the river like an ordinary person. In an instant, the surrounding scene seemed to change. The waves that were surging in the space instantly subsided. But the lake under Han Fei was as smooth as a mirror, and he stood calmly. In the next moment, when a fist shadow attacked him, Han Fei didn't move at all, only to see the fist shadow pass through his body. Then, a smile slowly appeared on the martial emperor's face. "You figured it out." Han Fei smiled. "It was not until just now that I realized that you are not the martial emperor. You are my own thoughts." Han Fei raised his head and said confidently, "Haha, everyone has an invincible shadow in their hearts. Even if they have mastered the art of invincibility, they will still feel that there is someone stronger than them. In this world." The martial emperor on the opposite side said, "Is it wrong?" Han Fei sneered. "In terms of realm, there is indeed an insurmountable gap. No matter how strong a half-king is, he can't beat an emperor or a monarch. This is what most people think. Therefore, it's impossible for them to become invincible." However, it wasn't until just now that I understood that the so-called invincibility is not really invincible among the thousands of races in the sea, invincible in this world. It turns out that invincibility has always been your own invincibility. It's a Tao heart that is fearless of anything. Buzz. When Han Fei said this, on the other side of his green jade bridge, the path of invincibility occupied by the great Tao of invincibility slowly melted. In the end, the melting path of invincibility turned into a golden mist and drilled into Han Fei's body. Han Fei's heart was slowly plated with a golden color. As his heart beat, golden halos hit the center of Han Fei's eyebrows. Knock. 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 An eye between Han Fei's eyebrows slowly opened and turned into Han Fei's third eye. The moment this eye appeared, the image of the martial emperor on the opposite side began to dissipate. In the outside world, more than 150 seconds had passed since the second trial began. After 100 seconds passed, many people sensed something. Someone sighed. They didn't come out. There's no need to wait. Those people must have died inside. Someone said, I believe someone can persist for 30 seconds. After seeing the mermaid princess, I believe someone can persist for 80 seconds. However, it's almost 160 seconds now. It's impossible. Someone shook his head. Han Fei from the Avenger Pirates is strong, but not to this extent, right? The challenge inside is extremely difficult. I don't think he can come out. Someone sneered. What do you know? The challenge is not over yet. Although I don't know Han Fei well, I think highly of him. At least, he can abduct the mermaid princess. Who else can do that? Xia Xiaochan was calm. She was very sure that Han Fei couldn't have died. They both got a 9-star bead, so the person Han Fei met should be of the same level as the one she fought. Logically speaking, Xia Xiaochan didn't think that the person could beat Han Fei. She even thought that Han Fei had a higher chance of winning. The fact that he hadn't come out yet meant that Han Fei was still fighting. Since childhood, Han Fei had always been the strongest in resistance. This time was no exception. Long Wu, Zhenju, and a few others of the Devil Girl pirates were suspicious of Han Fei's identity at first, but after the incident in the glazed glass world, at least the 4 generals knew Han Fei's identity. Only Long Wu and Zhenju had interacted with Han Fei. Both of them lasted more than 20 seconds, but they were defeated after only 21 seconds. Now, the two looked at each other. Long Wu looked at Zhenju and asked, "Is he really okay?" Zhenju shook her head slightly. "You've seen it yourself. You should know that there are strong masters among the strong. I don't think he died." Suddenly, someone said, "Look, the door's shadow is fading." Someone exclaimed, "Oh. He hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid he won't have a chance, right?" Even Zhang Luotian and the others frowned. Did they guess wrong? Did Han Fei really die here? Pfft. While everyone was exclaiming, a pair of hands extended out of the void of the 4th door. Huh? Hiss. There's still someone inside? At this moment, Xia Xiaochan smiled. I knew this guy was fine. He came out at the last second. Damn it. Han Fei opened the black fog door and stepped out, looking calm and smiling. However, the third eye on his forehead disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Zhang Luotian and the others were all shocked. They looked at each other in shock. Ling Yuan said, "He broke the record. Han Fei is just the current master of the yin-yang world. How can he be so strong? He actually broke the record of the martial king." Yan Meng said, "This is a good thing. It means that the martial emperor's inheritance this time is very interesting, and it also means that this person is extremely strong." Zhang Luotian said, "Interesting. The only pity is that he didn't take a 10-star golden bead." Everyone shrugged slightly, and Baiyu said, "Maybe he still has a chance." Next. The final completion degree still depends on the next 2 trials. After Han Fei came out, he found Xia Xiaochan at first glance. Under the gaze of Jian Hui, Song Kaiyuan, and countless others, he clapped with Xia Xiaochan and declared victory. Xia Xiaochan said telepathically, "That martial emperor is so powerful, but you've survived until now? Now, I don't know how strong you are." Han Fei smiled. "I can't help it. If I'm not strong, how can I win your favor?" Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes. "Show off. Don't think you're great just because you got first place. I'm second. I can surpass you easily." Han Fei grinned. "Yes. You have one ability above me now." Xia Xiaochan was puzzled. "What ability?" Han Fei said wretchedly, "When you move yourself." Puff. Cough, cough. Han Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at the place where the kings were. His face immediately turned black. F***ck, who are these people? How can they eavesdrop on us? Xiao Shaochan was stunned for a long time, but seeing the king's reaction, she blushed. "I'll bite you to death." Yan Meng glanced at Bai Yu, who couldn't help tittering just now, rolled her eyes, and immediately took a step forward. Her crisp voice resounded through the void. "In this test, anyone who has stayed in the door for less than 10 seconds will be eliminated. A total of 11,092 people will be eliminated. I don't think I need to specify who they are. The position you are standing in can already explain everything." Hiss. Instantly, there was an uproar. More than 10,000 people were eliminated at once. Was he serious? However, the rules had always been set by the martial emperor city. The eliminated did realize that this second trial was too difficult. Someone said regretfully, "Alas, I was only half a second away." "What a pity." Someone shook his head. "Even if you can't make it, so what? In the end, you're still not strong enough. There are a total of 6,164 people left. Which of these people is weaker than you?" Seeing that some of the 6,164 people were advanced venerables, and there were even intermediate venerables and junior venerables, some half-kings felt really upset. However, this was not a test of strength. Those who failed could only give up. However, someone still asked, "Seniors, if it's calculated by time, why are there 4 doors? Why are there star marks on the golden beads?" As if she had expected someone to ask this question, Yan Meng replied indifferently, "The 4 gates represent that you would encounter different tests and opportunities in different doors. However, for everyone, the degree of difficulty doesn't change. The 4 gates are meant to prepare for the 3rd assessment. As for the golden bead, it represents your luck. Luck is more important than strength in the test of the martial emperor's inheritance. You lost, which means that your luck is only up to here. That's all I have to say. The eliminated leave this place within 100 seconds. Yan Meng's explanation was quite cold. After teasing Xiao Shaochan, Han Fei's heart sank slightly, because new information popped up in his mind. Name: Invincible Eye. Introduction: This is a kind of heaven-defying eye created by the path of invincibility. It's a strange divine eye born from the fearlessness of the heart and Tao heart. When this eye is opened, it can trigger the strongest will of invincibility, causing the combat power to double, comparable to a divine technique. According to the strength of the user, the effect is different when used. Quality: Tao level. Consumed: chaotic qi. Remarks: The stronger you are, the less energy you consume. Huh? The effect of his strength doubling made Han Fei refreshed. If his strength doubled, he would probably be able to kill a king. However, what attracted Han Fei's attention was the level called Tao. This was a level that Han Fei had never seen before. Han Fei didn't know if this invincible eye was still the power of the great Tao, because his path of invincibility had already dissipated, turning into the invincible heart and the invincible eye. But in any case, he had made a fortune this time. Everyone thought that he had held on for so long, but who could have known that he had defeated the martial emperor? When Han Fei came back to himself, he heard Yan Meng say, "The 3rd trial is a secret realm trial, which is about comprehension. The entire trial is divided into a physical trial and a soul trial for 26 days. Once the time is up, the secret realm itself will give an answer whether you passed the test or not. In the secret realm, no killing is allowed. We will observe the secret realm. Those who violate the rules will be immediately expelled from the secret realm. From now on, you have an hour of rest. After an hour, the trial will continue. As soon as Yan Meng said so, people began to speak to each other via voice transmission, and someone said, the third trial is called the death trial. It said that the passing rate is less than 1%. Although there are more than 6,000 people here, in fact, few people can pass the third trial. Someone gritted his teeth. No matter what, we're already here. We have to give it a try. What if we succeed? Some people secretly encouraged themselves, and some sighed at the difficulty of this trial. Han Fei said, Girl, I feel that this so-called trial is like a pure trial. The difficulty of the trial is extremely high. The third round is said to test the comprehension. I don't think it's very dangerous. What will matter should be how fast your brain works. You have to think of something that others dare not think of. Han Fei recalled the previous battles. Who would have thought that the path of invincibility was actually just the first step of invincibility? Finding this path didn't mean that he had completely comprehended invincibility. It actually had a second form. Xia Shaochan said lazily, Got it. Have you forgotten that my comprehension ability has always been better than yours? Han Fei glared at her. Who said that? Xia Shaochan said, I understood anything you explained to me when we were young. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What if I didn't explain? Xia Shaochan tilted her head. If you didn't explain to me, I could comprehend it later. Besides, since this is a secret realm, we can be together. If you explain to me, I can definitely comprehend it. Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. Then, he knocked on Xia Shaochan's head with his knuckle. Use your brain too. What if I can't comprehend it? Seeing this scene, many mermen were furious, but didn't dare to say anything. How can you bully our princess? However, seeing that Xia Shaochan seemed to be quite happy and didn't care at all, many merman powerhouses felt terrible. The love between the merman race and the human race was a taboo. They might end up in a tragedy. 2 hours passed. Zhang Luotian flicked his finger, and more than 10 kilometers away, the mountain trembled. One of the mountains cracked, and a dark path appeared. Zhang Luotian shouted, the third trial begins. That mountain was originally an ordinary mountain. However, when a person walked into the crack, it was as if he had walked into an endless abyss. Walking towards an unknown. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan walked hand in hand. Since the third trial was a secret realm trial, the two of them had nothing to worry about. Sure enough, when the two of them walked into the dark crack and it lit up again in front of them, they saw more than 6,000 people standing on a cliff. Opposite them was a dense forest. However, to reach that end, they had to pass through this cliff that was more than 10 kilometers long. Logically speaking, in the venerable realm, a mere 10 kilometers was nothing. However, since the checkpoint was set up here, how could it be so simple to pass? In the gap of the cliff, there was a visible gust of wind. It was visible because the wind shook the void, causing it to be unstable. This level was very suitable for people of the great Tao of Wind. Therefore, in the crowd, Han Fei saw an acquaintance leading a group of people to leave. This person was Li Xuanfeng from the wind-slaying world. Li Xuanfeng stepped into the wind and turned into a green light, swaying in the wind like a fluttering leaf. Following Li Xuanfeng were naturally a few disciples of the wind-slaying sect. These people were in the same situation as Li Xuanfeng, but their speed was not as fast as Li Xuanfeng. After only 10 seconds, the green light that Li Xuanfeng turned into gathered into a figure on the opposite cliff. He looked back and then walked into the forest without looking back. After a while, when everyone in the wind-slaying world broke through the wind, many people walked in the air. Although they didn't cultivate the great Tao of wind, they shouldn't be unable to eat this appetizer. Yet, when one of them had just rushed hundreds of meters away, he suddenly swayed uncontrollably. Pooh! 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 Everyone could see that this person was penetrated by the gale. The man roared, "There's something wrong with the space here." After that, this person's body seemed to be stuck in the void. He couldn't borrow strength at all. Sometimes, he wanted to step on the wind blades and borrow strength to move. Unfortunately, his understanding of the great Tao of wind was too shallow. He thought that he could step on the wind, but his body was cut crazily. In the end, this person fell on the cliff and was cut into a bloody mist. Hiss! Many people gasped. Would anyone die at the very beginning of the third trial? Why did this person die so easily? Fortunately, someone said, "Don't worry. I haven't heard of any chance of death on this road. This is just a trial. I guess this person hasn't died." However, not many people echoed this person, mainly because they saw that person die with their own eyes. Just now, 7 or 8 people went there in a row. The furthest one only walked more than 3,000 meters. In the end, he seemed to be restrained by space and fell. Humph! At this moment, Li Xinghen walked out of the crowd, too lazy to wait. With a swish, he turned into a golden thread. Bang! 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 The wind barriers and the void along the way shattered one after another. In less than half a second, he had already broken through and reached the cliff. Hiss! Someone smiled bitterly. Is this what a heavenly talent is like? Breaking through without any reason. With Li Xinghen taking the lead, many people forcibly broke through. The strong masters passed by quickly. Some people tried to break through, and some showed their techniques. This first level was not difficult. Most of the talented people could pass it alone. Even if some of them were weak, they called many people to charge at the same time. In just a moment, among the more than 6,000 people, only less than 200 fell off the cliff, and the others all went over. Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan were still waiting leisurely in the rear. Xiao Shaochan said, "Let's go there too." Han Fei said, "I don't think it's that simple." Xiao Shaochan asked, "Yes?" Han Fei said, "Don't forget, this test lasts for as long as 26 days. In other words, most of the time of the entire test of the martial emperor's inheritance will be spent here. It can be seen how important this trial is. Since this trial depends on comprehension, there may be a reason for everything here." Xiao Shachan's heart did a flip. "You said that the cliff appeared to let us comprehend something?" Han Fei said, "Of course. Otherwise, what's the significance of its existence? Just to stop 1 or 200 people?" Xiao Shaochan said, "I haven't learned the great Tao of wind." Han Fei said, "Most people don't walk this path. However, this trial just happens to appear here. I think there's something fishy here. Shall I try walking it?" Xiao Shaochan said, "It's safer for me to walk it." Han Fei asked, "What can you comprehend by flashing all the way there?" "Let me do it." With that, Han Fei stepped onto the cliff. When he entered the open space on the cliff, Han Fei finally felt how strong the wind was. Although there were no wind blades in the wind, Han Fei still felt that his body was grinding. Han Fei had already comprehended the great Tao of wind when he took the sea shaking wind pearl. To be honest, it only increased his speed by less than 10%. Of course, this was also because he didn't study this great Tao in depth. Otherwise, if he studies it more thoroughly, the effect wouldn't be bad. At this moment, Han Fei keenly grasped the location of every wind force. He stepped on the air and walked on the wind. When the wind raged, it contained infinite changes. Almost immediately, Han Fei understood that in the rapidly flowing wind, these winds were not a whole. The airflow itself could actually be disassembled into countless wind streams, and the wind streams were consumed at every moment and at every space stage. He only needed to grasp the consumption of the wind to be able to move freely in the wind. Xia Xiaochan watched from outside, and then she saw Han Fei suddenly turn into countless afterimages, as if the entire cliff was filled with Han Fei's vague figures. Xia Xiaochan was certainly not stupid. She was equally fast. She, who was good at clone technique, was a little puzzled when she saw Han Fei's movement. Didn't they say that there was something wrong with space? Buzz. When Han Fei appeared on the other side, he looked back at Xia Xiaochan. Have you figured it out? Xia Xiaochan said, wait for me. A moment later, when Xia Xiaochan reached the cliff on the other side, she said in surprise, there's no space problem. The person who fell in was talking nonsense. Han Fei said, he was not. It's just that he didn't comprehend it yet. The pressure of the wind triggered the void, giving him the feeling that the two great Daos are putting pressure on him, but it's not true. If he grasps the real wind walking technique, there won't be spatial pressure. However, this kind of test is only a technique. I don't know what to use to comprehend it. Xia Xiaochan said, whatever. There are only the two of us left. Let's catch up with them. Han Fei smiled. Believe it or not, they will come back. Huh? Han Fei said, no matter how stupid they are, they will find the problem. As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw Song Kaiyuan and the others slowly walking out of the forest. It was obvious that they hadn't gone in at all, but had been secretly observing. When Han Fei passed by them, he said casually, you've long figured it out. Why did you wait until now? Song Kaiyuan said, yes, I have, but I don't want to show it to those people. It's a good thing that they understand it later. Because he knew that there were people watching outside and guessed that more people would come back to re-walk on this cliff. Han Fei didn't talk much with them, but walked straight into the forest. After all, the test would last for 26 days, so Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. This was a trial about the degree of completion. It was meaningless to rush in. Even if Han Fei and the others were temporarily slower, a moment later, they stepped into a pure black forest. In this forest, perception had completely lost its effect. Crack! Han Fei accidentally stepped on a dead branch on the ground. His pupils were constricted and he said, F***CK. Han Fei knew that something was wrong. He had entered an array. When he turned his head to look around, sure enough, Xia Xiaochan was gone. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He knew that this kind of place that limited perception was very strange. After only a few steps, he entered an unknown array. Besides, Han Fei sensed the Tao runes of space, which meant that from the Moment he broke the small branch, he was no longer where he was. An array? Han Fei looked around. In this darkness, visibility was only about 5 meters. However, Han Fei saw a fiery red light, so he followed the red light and after walking for more than 30 meters, he found that it was a burning torch inserted into a stone pillar, which seemed to be a place for torches. Huff. Behind the torch was a dead tree. Han Fei could vaguely see a big hole in the tree. He immediately picked up the torch and walked closer, only to find that on the tree, a big mouth was open, and the big black hole in the mouth led to somewhere unknown. Stop playing mysterious, okay? Han Fei glanced at the torch in his hand and stepped into the tree hole. Buzz. Han Fei entered the tree hole, going from one darkness to another. At this moment, Han Fei's perception was still sealed. The only thing Han Fei could do was to illuminate the darkness with the torch in his hand. Of course, Han Fei also tried to burn spiritual energy, only to find that spiritual energy couldn't be ignited in the darkness. He didn't know what was special about this torch. It could actually light up this dark world. The coverage of the fire was actually not large, only 4 or 5 meters square, which could slightly illuminate the field within more than 10 meters. Buzz. Han Fei felt that he was suddenly in the air. Yes, it became a cliff under him, and Han Fei completely stepped on air. Not only that, but he also felt a heavy force on his shoulder. However, the moment he stepped on the air, he felt the power of the wind. Han Fei seemed to understand. Holding the torch, Han Fei quickly stepped on the nodes in the wind to prevent his body from falling. However, the power of the wind was too light, almost imperceptible. If it weren't for the fact that Han Fei had just comprehended the method of stepping on the disappearing nodes of the wind, he would probably have to fall. He didn't know what the consequences of falling were, but this extremely weak wind seemed to be a life-saving straw. At this moment, although the breeze was light, at least it was not chaotic. The wind under his feet blew from all directions, but blew towards one direction. Han Fei only needed to grasp the direction of the wind to go to the place in the darkness that he should go to. Sure enough, after a while, Han Fei saw a pillar with a torch. On the pillar, there was an unlit torch. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he knew what was going on, so he simply lit the torch. When the torch was ignited, there was no wind under Han Fei's feet, and the void became solid. He landed on the ground again. Interesting. Starting from the great Tao of wind, it's getting more and more difficult. This is much harder to walk than the cliff. Han Fei's lips curled. Although this place was relatively difficult, it couldn't stop most people. Even if most people hadn't really comprehended the first checkpoint, those who came were all half-kings. Han Fei couldn't help but look back, only to see a red dot on the way here. It looked like a burning flame. That was the way he came. This meant that the road here could be turned back. At this moment, Han Fei didn't intend to turn back immediately. Since he was already here, why was he in such a hurry to go back? Everyone in this secret realm probably received different tests. It was probably not a good thing to be too risk-averse. Han Fei believed that such a difficulty was definitely no problem for Xiaochan. After all, she was also a top heavenly talent. Her talent, bloodline, and combat power were not weak at all. In such a secret realm trial, with the current difficulty, it was extremely unlikely to stop her. Therefore, he didn't need to worry too much. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Fei continued to walk forward. When Han Fei raised his head and looked ahead, he saw that the sparks on the torch were blown by the breeze. In this darkness without any direction to refer to, the direction in which the sparks flew was the only clue Han Fei could get. Of course, Han Fei could confirm it with the vast ocean navigator, but it was unnecessary now. In the direction of sparks, Han Fei walked only 30 meters before he saw another deformed tree. On the tree, there was also a ferocious hole, with a gaping mouth. The hole was still dark. Han Fei entered again, without hesitation. The fearless heart would only make Han Fei careful, but not afraid. Buzz. With the previous experience, this time, as soon as Han Fei entered the tree hole, he immediately sensed where the wind was. Sure enough, the environment was exactly the same as the last tree hole. There was still nothing under his feet, so he could only step on the breeze. But this time, with swishes, some sword marks appeared in the void. These sword marks appeared silently, a bit like Xia Shachan's shadowless knife. In this area where perception was ineffective and visibility was almost less than 5 meters, the sword marks appeared too fast. Even Han Fei couldn't help but tense up. In fact, these sword marks were not pointing at Han Fei himself, but at the torch in Han Fei's hand. Since Han Fei understood the importance of the torch, how could he let these sword marks extinguish the torch? Once the torch was extinguished, this trial would probably be over. Buzz. Clank, clank, clank. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water flew out and formed a knife array, sealing the surrounding space. Soon, Han Fei lit a new torch on a new stone platform. The breeze blew the flickering sparks and continued to lead the way for Han Fei. And Han Fei had a judgment in his heart. This was a trial whose difficulty gradually increased. In this trial, every time a torch was lit, it was equivalent to completing a small stage of the trial. However, when would such a trial end? Why was the beginning of the trial based on the comprehension of wind? If one didn't comprehend it at the beginning, wouldn't the later stages be extremely difficult and almost impossible to pass? When Han Fei entered the next tree hole, he found that his guess was true. Ahead, it was the same as before, but this time there were more creatures attacking in the darkness. Another tree hole had a soul attack. Han Fei had been passing the checkpoints. The difficulty of the checkpoints became higher and higher, including all kinds of attack means. Han Fei had to pay attention to his movement technique, protect the torch, fight with others, and defend against soul attacks. Towards the end, it even began to rain. Han Fei felt that the torch in his hand was just an ordinary torch. If it was drenched in the rain, it would probably be extinguished. Han Fei wanted to protect the torch with a spiritual energy protective cover. But it was ineffective. Fortunately, Han Fei knew the water control technique. As soon as the water was controlled, the great Tao of water began to fill the water on the other side. The water controlled by Han Fei all condensed into frost and finally turned into ice blades. Han Fei's spiritual senses were powerful, so he could use the ice blades at will. Han Fei passed 17 checkpoints in a row. When he reached the 18th checkpoint, Han Fei felt that if the difficulty continued to stack, with many of his abilities limited, he didn't know if he could go deeper and further. No wonder someone said that the third level was a death trial. Han Fei dared to bet that no more than 1/10 of the more than 6,000 people had made it here. On the 18th checkpoint, when Han Fei continued to walk into the tree hole, this time, the environment was beyond Han Fei's expectations. Han Fei was still holding the torch, but it was no longer the void under his feet, nor would he feel like falling. However, Han Fei felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Han Fei subconsciously blocked with his knife. Swish. When the sword light swept over, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Time seemed to freeze, and Han Fei only saw the sword light. Han Fei seemed to see a lot of power in an instant. It seemed to be a combination of many Dao runes. The sword chi seemed to contain the great Dao of wind, which had infinite changes and was difficult to grasp. The sword chi seemed to contain water Dao runes. If this sword chi was broken in an instant, it would instantly explode, lock onto him, and extinguish the torch. The sword chi seemed to contain a technique to attack the soul. This sword chi was clearly an unbelievably slow locking technique. This sword chi was very slow, as slow as only 5 meters. Han Fei could circle it several times. However, this was a locking technique. Its power was continuing to increase as it moved. The longer it dragged on, the more powerful it would be. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Han Fei extended his hand and drew a line in the air, and a void crack appeared. However, when the sword chi arrived, with a crack, the void shattered, turning into a strange power that was absorbed by the sword, making it stronger again. Han Fei was still half a meter away from the sword. Han Fei's fingers gestured left and right of the sword chi. If it was just to forcibly break this attack, Han Fei was confident that he could do it. However, he was still holding the torch in his hand. In this darkness, he couldn't connect to the demon purification pot at all, so he couldn't put the torch into the demon purification pot. At this moment, in the outside world, a few pairs of eyes were watching this scene. Who else could it be but Zhang Luotian and company? A bearded man couldn't help but say, this guy cleared 17 levels in less than half a day. The problem is that he hasn't failed yet. He doesn't even know that he can try again. Bai Yu sneered. Are you interested in her? The bearded man nodded slightly. Yes, but it's useless. This guy is not a small fry in the first place. I heard that although he is now a half-king, he has already fought many kings. Although he hasn't won yet, he hasn't lost. Right? As he spoke, he glanced at Yan Meng. Yan Meng said, if he can transcend the tribulation and become a king, the Yinyang world will definitely have a chance to return. The problem is that even if he manages to hold back Chen Huangdian, there are still strong masters in the 36 mystic worlds. There are many people who don't want the Yinyang world to return. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to return to the Yinyang world. Zhang Luotian said, if his completion rate can reach 95%, why would he worry about not being able to return to the Yinyang world? Everyone couldn't help looking at Zhang Luotian. Such a high completion rate is unprecedented. Do you think so highly of him? Zhang Luotian said indifferently, it's not that I think highly of him, but that he is extremely lucky. Besides, he is extremely strong. It has been 80,000 years, but he came at the right time. Do you think this is a coincidence, or what? Outside, a group of kings were watching the show. However, Han Fei was focused at this moment. He had many ways to directly break that terrifying sword. However, he hadn't thought of a way to completely break this sword. In fact, the key to breaking this sword technique was not to break it or even protect the torch. If it was just to protect the torch, Han Fei could have engraved arrays around the torch. But in this way, he would lose the meaning of challenging this slash. At present, from the many checkpoints that Han Fei had experienced, it seemed that all the checkpoints were prepared for this one. This wisp of sword intent contained too many elements. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Han Fei was still retreating, reaching out to the other side of the sword chi. Han Fei tried to extract the power of the sword chi with the draw technique. But he couldn't really do it, no matter how hard he tried. Although Han Fei had passed 17 checkpoints in a row, in fact, each 2 checkpoints were only 1,000 meters away. It seemed that he could completely retreat. However, Han Fei didn't want to retreat. Therefore, Han Fei had to find a way to crack this blow within a kilometer. Similarly, if it was to pass the level, Han Fei had already passed it. However, what Han Fei wanted was the completion degree. For others, this was a pass. For Han Fei, this was a trial from the Void Temple. They were two completely different concepts. The key to this trial is only comprehension. In other words, if I want to pass this trial perfectly, I have to comprehend something. Damn it, if only old Yuan were here. Han Fei's face was black. After a while, he had already retreated more than 300 meters. The power of the sword chi was getting stronger and stronger. Han Fei held the torch in one hand and retreated. Han Fei murmured, "This sword contains all the power I've experienced before. Logically speaking, with so many great Daos fused together, they will definitely conflict with each other. I will even collapse, but why is this sword fine? This is indeed a sword chi that has fused with many great Daos. But it's still a wisp of sword chi. Instead of saying that many great Daos have fused into this wisp of sword chi, it's better to say that this wisp of sword chi can be displayed in any form of great Dao." Han Fei raised his hand, and a holy light appeared. However, Han Fei didn't attack. He was just probing. When the holy light fused with the sword chi, Han Fei tried to fuse it with the great Dao of gravity. However, in an instant, the holy light in his hand was annihilated. No, the great Daos are clashing. There's definitely something wrong with the sword chi I saw. Han Fei shook his head slightly and stopped looking at the great Dao on the sword chi. Instead, he retreated in silence. When he retreated to about 700 meters, he would be beaten back if he was sent back 300 meters more. If he still couldn't crack this sword at the last moment, he could only forcibly shatter it. Huff. At this moment, Han Fei felt a slight breeze. Suddenly, Han Fei thought that the beginning of the third trial was to comprehend the Wind Dao. Then, the difficulty kept increasing on this basis. At this moment, the difficulty had increased to the limit, forming this wisp of sword chi. Han Fei couldn't help but remember how similar the situation was when he just embarked on the path of invincibility. Back then, no one knew how to block his random slash. After all, they couldn't block invincibility, nor could they dodge it. They could only force their way up, and the result was undoubtedly defeat. Now, this wisp of sword chi was equivalent to the path of invincibility. Equivalent to him giving himself an invincible sword chi. If he were someone else, he might be able to break it. However, the only way to resist invincibility was to have a Dao heart that was more firm than the path of invincibility back then. However, thinking of this, Han Fei frowned even more. His current Dao heart was powerful, but his Dao heart itself couldn't be used as a power, right? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. What if it was his own Dao? Since his Disassembling degree reached 100%, his Dao heart was so firm that it could be said that no one in the entire raging sea could compare to him in this respect. Unless, in this raging sea, someone had also disassembled spiritual energy too. 100%. His Dao heart was so powerful. How could he be afraid of this wisp of sword qi? This wisp of sword qi had many Dao runes. He had also mastered many great Daos. He had a massive number of combat skills, but he couldn't break this sword? Wasn't it ridiculous? Heh. He had retreated 800 meters. Han Fei suddenly smiled. Han Fei said, "What's the use of cultivating 1,000 techniques? In the end, it's not as powerful as a wisp of sword qi. I might as well give them all up." Buzz. Han Fei suddenly stopped and slowly extended his fingers, which turned into a sword. This sword didn't contain any Dao runes, but it seemed to contain many Dao runes. This sword was simple and unadorned, like a child stabbing out. It was extremely slow yet overwhelming. When Han Fei used this sword, Zhang Luotian's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, "How dare you!" Baiyu said in shock, "He has comprehended it." This guy actually comprehended it on the first try. Yan Meng said, "What he comprehended seems to be different. This wisp of sword qi is even more complicated than the 18 divine swords technique. However, it looks extremely pure." The bearded man couldn't help but grin. Impressive, impressive. No wonder a mere half-king can obtain the inheritance of the Yinyang world's master. Sure enough, he has the capital. At this moment, Han Fei gave up all his Dao runes and all his combat skills. However, this simplest blow secretly conformed to his Dao heart. It seemed simple, but it contained an invincible intent. It seemed simple, but extremely sharp. But Han Fei's Dao heart didn't represent his great Dao. Han Fei had so many great Daos. This blow was actually a sword that gathered the foundation of many great Daos. In fact, all the combat skills Han Fei had learned were gathered in this sword. At least, Han Fei had forgotten many combat skills in this sword. At this moment, Han Fei created a sword technique. Ding! With a swish, Han Fei seemed to have unleashed the aura of a king between his fingertips. Once pointed out, there was only one belief: when the sword was drawn, the barrier must be broken. At this moment, Han Fei held a torch in his left hand, extended 2 fingers in his right hand, and condensed a sword qi. In front of him, the wisp of sword qi that had gathered all of Han Fei's great Daos was easily defeated by Han Fei's 2 fingers. The raging sword qi storm, with Han Fei's 2 fingers as the starting point, instantly crushed the sword qi in front of him. However, unfortunately, Han Fei didn't know how strong this blow was, because his vision was limited. After the power burst out, he couldn't do anything. Huff. Han Fei took a long breath. Fortunately, he comprehended it at the last moment. Han Fei couldn't help but look down at his 2 fingers. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his blow was very strong, stronger than the sacrificing punch and the draw technique. In terms of explosive power, it was stronger than these 2 techniques, which meant that this was a top technique that could cross realms to fight. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh slightly. Unfortunately, I only comprehended this move. If I can comprehend a whole set, who can resist me? Pfft. Outside, someone couldn't help but say, "What is this guy thinking? He wants to comprehend a whole set of such a great technique?" If it weren't for the inspiration of the 18 divine swords, even if he became a king, he wouldn't be able to comprehend this slash. Zhang Luotian said, all right. He comprehended the Tao within half a day, which broke the record of our martial emperor city. Why are you still bragging? At this moment, Han Fei smiled and couldn't help but say, Zhang Xuanyu, you show off. Look, do you think only you can create combat skills? Wait for me to go back and show you what I'm capable of. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. What should I call such a powerful blow? Well, this technique was obtained after I forgot all my combat skills and techniques with the Tao heart as the foundation. Hey, did Ren Tianfei name the sacrificing punch this way? No, I can't learn it from that old man. I have to give it a resounding name. This is the Tao rune sword. At the moment the sword was drawn, the Tao runes were retracted, so it's called One Finger Tao sword? No, it's too weak. This is clearly the fusion of many great Taos. Oh, all great Taos in one sword. This name is not bad. I'll call it this. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. All great Taos in one sword. This was the first time in his life that he had created a combat skill. Furthermore, it was a super technique comparable to the sacrificing punch and the draw. Buzz. After breaking through the sword chi in the 18th checkpoint, Han Fei came to the stone platform at this checkpoint and lit the stone platform with a torch. The moment he lit the stone platform, Han Fei sighed in his heart. This was only the 18th level, but it was already so difficult. If there was still the 19th or 20th level, would he have to keep creating his own combat skills? However, the moment the torch was lit, Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. What Han Fei saw was no longer darkness, but white. Han Fei saw that there were steps in front of him. On the steps, a huge door stood. What else could it be if not the bronze door? Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and looked back, only to see that he seemed to be high in the sky. Behind him was the blue sky, with clouds lingering below. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing again. Have I come to the southern heavenly gate? Seeing that there was no one here, Han Fei had already expected that he was probably the first to come here. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell Xia Xiaochan his comprehension. However, there was nothing he could do even if he told Xia Xiaochan that he didn't walk the same path as her. Xia Xiaochan didn't have as many great Taos as him, so she was destined not to use the all great Taos in one sword to break that sword. But in any case, Han Fei knew that it was completely possible for Xia Xiaochan to forcibly break that sword. The previous checkpoints couldn't stop her. Han Fei was right. This bronze door should be the latter half of the trial. Yan Meng said, this test is about soul comprehension. It should be related to the soul, right? With this in mind, Han Fei stepped on the steps. However, when Han Fei stood on a step, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Han Fei suddenly looked back, only to gasp. The moment Han Fei looked back, he was stunned. Han Fei saw that there was another him standing at the bottom of the steps. Han Fei's first reaction was to look at himself and quickly confirm his current state. He was clearly a soul body now. No wonder Yan Meng said that the third trial contained a physical trial and a soul trial. It turned out that what he had just experienced was just a physical trial. Han Fei was speechless. If a physical trial was already so difficult, what would the soul trial be like? Of course, Han Fei was talking about perfect clearing. If he forcibly broke through, the previous physical trial's difficulty could only be said to be not bad. At the 18th level, at least 50 to 60% of the trial takers would be eliminated. At this moment, Han Fei walked up the stairs. He hadn't felt the test from the soul trial yet. Han Fei didn't know what this trial would be like. He had thought that this would be a place like the ideal palace, but when Han Fei wanted to summon his weapon, it was useless. However, when Han Fei wanted to use his power, he felt that he could still use his soul power, but he didn't know how to use it. This feeling was as if a force was restrained in this soul body, unable to burst out. The soul could be used in combat. Han Fei's heavenly god stab, yin yang, reincarnation blade, and 100 beast soul devouring could all be used as soul combat skills. Han Fei raised his hand, trying to burst out the power of the heavenly god stab. However, for some reason, this power stayed at his fingertips and couldn't burst out, as if it was locked by a soul body. Han Fei had just climbed 100 steps when he felt a little warm. However, Han Fei knew that this was not a body, but a soul body. Why did his soul body become warm? Seeing that there was no danger, Han Fei continued to climb the stairs. When he walked 1,000 stairs, the heat on Han Fei's body turned into a burning pain. At this moment, Han Fei stopped and looked at the bronze door. That door seemed to be a door towering in the sky. Looking up from below, it was particularly majestic. At this moment, Han Fei noticed that on the bronze door, in the T-shaped portrait, the snake-bodied human statue seemed to have a strange light in its eyes. So this is the test? Its gaze was like divine light, suppressing his soul. The gaze forced his soul power to be unable to be released. Sure enough, there was a reason for everything. He had just come up and walked 1,000 steps, but he had already encountered such a situation. If he guessed right, if he went up another step, he would experience another feeling. This seemed to be the tradition of the bronze door. Last time, the time before last time, it was all suppressing people. This time, it was just a different way to suppress his soul. Of course, no matter how dangerous the road behind was, it couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei had come here to pass the test of the Void Temple. Han Fei believed that he had passed the previous trials perfectly. He couldn't lose this one. The bronze door was right in front of him. Although Han Fei didn't know what the fourth trial was, the bronze door was at this level. He had to go up. Buzz. When Han Fei raised his foot and crossed 1,000 barriers, he felt that his soul seemed to be burning. It was completely different from the faint pain just now. This kind of burning seemed to be caused by a sea of fire. Although it didn't cause any damage to his soul, the pain was extremely clear. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Another person suddenly appeared on the steps. If Han Fei looked back, he would find that to his surprise, the person who came was not from the Supreme Clearness world or the Infinity world, nor was he from the Chaotic world or the Dragon Subduing world, but Song Kaiyuan. Song Kaiyuan was knowledgeable and had abundant knowledge. At the 18th level, he meditated for 5 days and finally found a way to crack it. At this moment, when Song Kaiyuan appeared in front of the steps, he saw Han Fei's back at first glance. Then, he raised his eyes and saw the magnificent bronze door. Gulp. Song Kaiyuan couldn't help taking a breath and slowly walked to Han Fei. Captain, why are you standing here? Why aren't you climbing? However, Song Kaiyuan didn't get a response. When he turned his head, he found that Han Fei was as still as a log, as if he didn't hear him at all. Huh? Song Kaiyuan immediately realized that something was wrong. When he looked at the steps again, he seemed to understand something. This level should be a soul trial. Since Han Fei didn't react, it meant that his soul was probably undergoing a trial. Song Kaiyuan immediately looked back, stood beside Han Fei, and also stepped onto the steps. Then his heart stirred. He suddenly turned his head, only to find that his body was also frozen in place. Immediately, he understood. Sure enough, if one was to take this soul trial, the soul had to leave the body. However, when he looked up, he didn't see Han Fei's soul body. His first reaction was that it wasn't that something had happened to Han Fei, but that he couldn't see him at all. The souls on this road couldn't see each other at all. This also made the soul trial they experienced seem like a road they had to complete alone. In the outside world, Yan Meng said, we can't see them when they reach the soul trial field. However, many people have been eliminated. I guess it's already very rare for 1,000 people to enter the trial field in the end. Zhang Luotian said, putting aside Han Fei, the guy from the Supreme Mystic world are indeed intelligent. Song Kaiyuan cracked the 18 divine swords, and his junior sister followed closely behind. Although the Supreme Mystic world is not good at fighting, we can't underestimate them. The moment Song Kaiyuan stepped on the steps, if he could see, he would find that Han Fei was sitting cross-legged on the 1999 steps. At this moment, Han Fei's soul was burning with raging flames. This intense flame didn't burn the soul, but it would destroy the will. However, Han Fei already had an invincible heart and a firm Dao heart. How could this mere flame burn through him? However, what made Han Fei stop was that he saw a figure on the steps above. The figure seemed to be waiting for him. His intuition told him that in his current state, once he stepped on the 2,000 steps, if he fought that person, he could only escape. He couldn't fight. This was his biggest problem now. Logically speaking, his soul body also had a lot of power, but it was suppressed. In the past, Han Fei had considered his soul body, but he only thought that there were soul combat skills for his soul body to cultivate. However, that was not the case. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that soul combat skills were just soul combat skills. It was very likely a manifestation of the power of the soul, with the help of the body. But now that his body was gone and he only had a soul body, Han Fei immediately discovered that all his strength was tied up by his soul body and couldn't burst out. Han Fei thought to himself, the first 2,000 floors can be cleared with just his Dao heart. However, the last 1,000 floors are probably not that simple. At this moment, Han Fei was constantly activating his strength, but he felt that the strength was in his body and couldn't be used. Half a month later, Han Fei was still trying again and again. Han Fei looked back many times and saw that there were as many as 100 people under the steps, and Xia Shaochan was among them. However, he didn't see any of their souls appear on the steps. Han Fei guessed that ordinary people couldn't see a soul body. Just like Ener back then, she often appeared in the sky meditation garden, but how many people could see her? On this day, Han Fei was frustrated and secretly cursed, it's impossible that I can't use my strength if I have it. Unless, this strength is fake. But if the strength was fake, why could he feel it? Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei felt that a figure appeared on the same step not far away. The figure seemed to be enduring tremendous pain. As soon as he went up the steps, he sat down and panted heavily. Song Kaiyuan? Han Fei asked in surprise, you're here? Song Kaiyuan was also stunned and looked at Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged but relaxed. Captain? So, you're here? Han Fei couldn't help but look back. So, we can only see each other when we reach this floor? Song Kaiyuan said, I guess so. However, Captain, how long have you been sitting here? As soon as I came, I saw your body standing below. Han Fei immediately said in frustration, well, I've been sitting here for half a month. Song Kaiyuan was speechless. Song Kaiyuan couldn't have felt worse. Did Han Fei mean that he only used half a day to pass the previous physical trial? However, considering Han Fei's special identity, Song Kaiyuan understood. After all, he was the master of a heavenly palace. Song Kaiyuan said, Captain, you don't seem to be in pain. Why are you still sitting here? Han Fei pouted and said, There seems to be someone ahead. I can't unleash my strength at all, so I might not be able to beat him. Song Kaiyuan stared at the steps for a long time and then came back to his senses. Why can't you unleash your strength? Han Fei asked, Can your strength erupt? Song Kaiyuan was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand, and the shadow of the sky-dissecting brush appeared. The sky-dissecting brush drew in the air, and soul power sword beams appeared, which stunned Han Fei. Hiss! Han Fei was lost for words. How did you do that? Han Fei saw that Song Kaiyuan had easily made his soul body be able to launch attacks. As for him, he had been trying to figure it out for half a month, but failed. Han Fei was shocked. Seeing Han Fei's surprised look, Song Kaiyuan seemed to understand something. Not everyone had explored many soul techniques like him. He had even studied soul bodies. This was the advantage of the supreme mystic world. Song Kaiyuan said, Actually, it's not difficult to attack with the soul body. Generally speaking, when the body and the soul are united, the soul drives the body to complete the thought in the heart. This is because our body gathers all the power we have. Although we can use soul combat skills, that's just a combat skill. In fact, soul combat skills are just to attach the power of the soul to a certain normal energy form to attack. Therefore, it's actually not difficult to learn soul combat skills. Han Fei asked, What about this pure soul state now? However, Song Kaiyuan shook his head and said, Actually, our current state is not a pure soul state. A pure soul state is manifested by a faint blue soul. Fire. And our current soul is not a complete soul. Before that, we need to figure out the concepts. Humans don't only have souls, but also spiritual bodies. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself, is it similar to the difference between a yin soul and a yang soul? Song Kaiyuan continued, Of course, since we've left the body, our current state can be simply understood as a complicated soul body made of many invisible forms such as soul bodies and spiritual bodies. This kind of soul body can't use any power in the body because it has completely left the body. However, because the soul body is closely connected to the body, you feel that you can use the power of the body. In fact, that's not the case. In the soul state, we can only use soul power. Han Fei immediately asked, How do I use it? Song Kaiyuan said, First of all, we have to break a limitation. Our current soul body is not necessarily in human form. It's just that we are used to existing in human form. With that said, Song Kaiyuan turned into a ball-like body. Immediately afterward, the ball turned into a merman, a sea demon, and even a crab. In the end, when Song Kaiyuan returned to his human form, he said, therefore, the way a soul body appears is not fixed. A soul body can also be separated. With that said, Song Kaiyuan split into a few more groups. There were even 3 of him. The 3 Song Kaiyuan said at the same time, it's not about form or strength. A soul body is a soul body. You can't keep a complete soul body, but want to use the power that doesn't belong to the soul body. This is because the power you need to fight comes from your soul body. Usually, because a soul body is relatively fragile, ordinary people's souls won't let their souls leave their bodies. If they are hunted, their soul body will dissipate, and their soul will be destroyed. Therefore, ordinary people are unwilling to appear in the form of a soul body before they can completely control it. Song Kaiyuan's explanation made Han Fei immediately realize his problem. Earlier, Han Fei had used his soul body as his body. Then, he wanted to unleash his strength from this body. However, that was not the case. If he wanted to unleash his strength, he needed to use his current soul body as the source of his strength. With a thought, Han Fei's body instantly turned into a mist. In an instant, Han Fei grasped the essence of the soul body. This was similar to the black mist body or the white mist body. As Han Fei pointed with both hands, his body seemed to be torn apart. It faded a little, and then a knife light swept out. With a thought from Han Fei, the knife light flew back and stabbed into his body again. The overall strength of the soul body was not weakened, but it was changed into a different combat form. Han Fei immediately smiled and said, I see. Song Kaiyuan, just for this, forget about the 2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones you and Mushui CCOMI. Compared to the 2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, being able to understand the true meaning of the soul body at this moment was extremely helpful to Han Fei. Song Kaiyuan smiled and said, this is not difficult to understand. It should be you who doesn't have the time to comprehend the power of the soul. Therefore, you can't figure it out here. As long as someone has used it and you see it, you can basically understand it. Han Fei said casually, I, Han Fei, never take benefits for free. Okay, you don't seem to be having an easy time. It's time for me to go to the upper floor. Song Kaiyuan was speechless. He had seen the bronze door, but he couldn't just go there. This was similar to the situation he encountered in the land of King Death. However, that was a physical trial. This time, it was just a soul trial. 3,000 meters corresponded to 3,000 steps, and the conditions to pass were the same. However, Han Fei walked up easily. Seeing this, Song Kaiyuan couldn't help but feel envious. He muttered, in the end, it's because he is powerful enough. Even his soul body is so strong. This time, can he also enter the bronze door? Having been enlightened by Song Kaiyuan, Han Fei couldn't wait to climb up. Naturally, Han Fei immediately passed it. After all, this so-called soul trial was actually just a trial of the Tao heart. This checkpoint tested one's Tao heart. As long as one's Tao heart was strong, nothing could stop him. Buzz. When Han Fei came to the 2000th floor, the barrier had been broken. Immediately, Han Fei felt that his soul body was like boiling water. It had been burning before, but now it was boiling. However, what was the pain compared to cultivating the indestructible overlord body and being roasted by the heavenly fire? Han Fei raised his head and saw countless figures standing on the steps. These Figures were faceless, like shadows, like mist. When Han Fei appeared here, less than 100 meters away, a black shadow charged at him. This figure charged over with a black saber shadow in his hand. Han Fei didn't have any combat experience in the form of a soul body, so he decided to use all his strength. If this figure was very powerful and he slacked off, wouldn't it be a loss if he couldn't enter the Void Temple? Fortunately, Han Fei drew out the soul saber and activated the draw technique. Under this blow, the figure on the opposite side collapsed, unable to resist Han Fei's powerful blow at all. However, even so, Han Fei still discovered that his soul was still slightly damaged. It was like weapons colliding. Even if a scratch was left, it was still a scratch. However, Han Fei didn't care. His soul had been greatly damaged more than once. Such a small injury was nothing. Back then, his soul body was damaged. How many venerables had he hunted and how many hardships had he experienced to make up for it? Now, after trying one more time, Han Fei found that these so-called opponents were far from as strong as he thought. Along the way, when one figure after another attacked him, Han Fei cut them into pieces again and again. Han Fei discovered that with his Tao heart, this trial couldn't hurt him at all except to make him tired. It was as if this soul trial was teaching him how to fight with his soul body. How to describe a firm Tao heart. On the 2500th step, every time Han Fei walked up a step, his soul body would break like a mud man. That kind of experience was that as a person walked, one of his feet would be gone. If he took another step, the other foot would be gone, and in the end, his whole body would melt down. However, the feet he lost attached to Han Fei again under his strong willpower. If it were an ordinary person, he would have turned into a pile of mud. In fact, when Han Fei reached the 2900th floor, he really became a pile of mud. Han Fei's soul turned into a pile of mud-like substance. Every time he moved forward, he was climbing the steps like a pool of mud. After climbing up, the mud rose and barely turned into a half-human form. More figures would attack, and the attack was much stronger than before. Pfft! Han Fei's soul mud twitched and launched a terrifying soul attack. When Han Fei's soul really stepped onto the 3000th step, his Tao heart didn't waver at all. When his soul body condensed into a human form again, Han Fei said casually, "In the end, it's a trial of the Tao heart. If my heart doesn't change, why should I be afraid of this trial?" Buzz. Just as Han Fei was about to continue forward and push open the bronze door, he suddenly raised his head and saw that the portrait on the bronze door seemed to be alive. Bang! Han Fei instantly exploded and turned into a pile of mud again. However, Han Fei's thoughts were not messed up. The human-headed beast on the bronze door seemed to have come back to life. Han Fei vaguely heard a rumbling thunder in his mind. Everyone from the Void Temple deserves to die. In the end, Han Fei was still conscious. Isn't this the entrance trial of the Void Temple? Why is this sentence here? Everyone from the Void Temple deserves to die? These words sounded like what the enemy of the Void Temple said. Did he come to the wrong trial field? At this moment, although Han Fei was in a soul-body state, he was still conscious. Han Fei felt that a powerful force was destroying his soul body. Yes, Han Fei had thought that by reaching the 3000th floor, he could enter the bronze door, which basically meant that he had passed the trial of the Void Temple this time. But now, the situation was obviously not right. Even if he rushed to the highest level, he heard such words. The other party wanted to destroy his soul? Han Fei was in an extremely poor state and couldn't even take a human form. His body seemed to be pressed down by infinite gravity like a piece of paper. And this was not the key. Han Fei felt that part of his soul body was slowly losing contact with him. This startled Han Fei. Immediately, Han Fei cursed, "I've worked so hard. You want to destroy my soul body? Don't even think about it." Roar. Han Fei frantically gathered his soul body, trying to disperse the pressure on him. However, no matter how hard Han Fei tried, he couldn't shake the pressure at all. It even lasted for several hours. At this moment, Han Fei could no longer feel half of his soul bodies. This meant that in a few hours at most, all his soul bodies would be obliterated and he would die. Damn it. Little Calabash, Demon Purification Pot, charge. However, this time, the Demon Purification Pot didn't respond either. Han Fei was furious. He wanted to communicate with Forge the Universe, but Forge the Universe couldn't be opened. Han Fei tried to summon the embroidery needle, but he lost contact with it too. But at this moment, in Han Fei's soul, a scimitar was emitting a faint light. The Blade of Hope? Han Fei frowned. When nothing worked, there was still the Blade of Hope. As long as there was hope, the Blade of Hope wouldn't disappear. Immediately, Han Fei's soul body burst into laughter. If hope is not extinguished, this knife will not be broken. Kill. Buzz, buzz. At this time, there were already more than 500 people on the steps. However, in their eyes, there were only steps besides the bronze door. However, at this moment, everyone saw two pillars of light with white halos trying to rise to the sky under the bronze door. Huh? At that moment, Song Kaiyuan was the most surprised. As the second person to arrive here, Song Kaiyuan had met Han Fei here. It was precisely because of this meeting that Song Kaiyuan realized that the commotion above was very likely related to Han Fei. However, what was that place? It was under the bronze gate, which was already above the 3000th step. After parting ways with Han Fei for so long, he had only reached the 2300th step. Song Kaiyuan knew in his heart that this was not a place humans could go at all. Now, Han Fei had gone up. He probably had obtained a shocking opportunity. Xia Shachan's heart did a flip. She was the 40th person to come here. As soon as she came here, she saw Han Fei standing here. Now, she had jumped past the 2200th step and surpassed many people, but she hadn't met Han Fei yet. This meant that Han Fei was higher. Now that there was a commotion above, the first person she thought of was Han Fei. However, unlike Song Kaiyuan, Xia Xiaochan felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. This feeling was very bad. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and hurried to climb up. The others, such as Wu Duishu, Li Xinghen, Wu Hao, and Song Longyu, all looked solemn. As strong masters, their pride didn't allow them to fall so far behind. Below, when everyone was trying to climb up, under the bronze door, a pair of scimitars, shining with scorching light, held up the space a few meters within. Han Fei. At this moment, 99% of Han Fei's soul body had been obliterated. But Han Fei still had hope. At this moment, he was just trying to redeem himself. However, that power had completely exceeded the ability of the Blade of Hope. Han Fei sensed that the light of the Blade of Hope was getting weaker and weaker. Han Fei knew that this was no longer a matter of hope, but that this power was impossible to resist. Heh. Han Fei gathered the last bit of his strength and injected a wisp of his soul Into the blade of hope. Han Fei said, take a part of my memory back to the Yin-Yang world. My body is still there. One day, my avatar will come over, take back my body, and return to the peak. Even if it takes another 1,000 years, what's there to be afraid of? Go. With a thought from Han Fei, the blade of hope sank into a faint blue color and disappeared into time. It escaped into time and flew towards the wild abyss. Huh. The moment the blade of hope flew out, a young man in a dragon-scaled battle suit in the martial emperor city suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't help looking in the direction of the martial emperor's inheritance, muttering, escape into time? How can a half-king do that? The moment the blade of hope flew away, Han Fei really wanted to look at the steps. If only he could look at Xia Xiaochan again. Faced with death, Han Fei discovered that he was not afraid at all. However, he couldn't imagine where Xia Xiaochan could go after he died. Hey! Girl! Bang! After Han Fei muttered this, his soul body instantly lost consciousness. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan, who was climbing up nervously, suddenly stopped. For some reason, tears began to flow from her eyes. Something happened. Something happened to Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan knew that something must have happened. Just as she was about to erupt, a crystal tear suddenly flew behind her. When she saw the tear, Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. There's still hope. Book said that the mermaid's tear represents recovery in desperation. Now that the mermaid's tear is gone, there must still be hope. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but look at the bronze door in a daze. Beep. Han Fei didn't know the spontaneous departure of the mermaid's tear. He was no longer conscious, and his soul body seemed to have withered. Han Fei felt that he was standing in darkness. Am I dead? In the darkness, a voice said, how does it feel to die? Han Fei was stunned for a while and said, I can still speak? Then am I dead? The voice said leisurely, I just wanted you to comprehend your Tao heart. During your death. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. Forget it. Revive. Buzz. Han Fei didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden, Han Fei shivered. Just now, his unconscious souls had all returned at this moment. Han Fei's soul quickly gathered. Han Fei rolled and stood up. Beside him, there was a crystal tear. Han Fei's face changed drastically. Merman's tear? Did I really die just now? The mermaid's tear disappeared into Han Fei's soul. Just as Han Fei was about to curse, with a creak, the bronze door slowly opened a crack. When dazzling white light leaked out of the door, Han Fei's heart did a flip. This trial should be over. Although Han Fei didn't know what the fourth trial was, he was going to walk through the door again. His senior brothers and sisters, that super big-shot eldest senior brother, and the senior brother who casually gave him a godly weapon, here I come. At this moment, Han Fei felt no pressure at all. He took the lead and quickly stepped through the door. The moment Han Fei stepped into the bronze door, Zhang Luotian and the others outside all exploded. Zhang Luotian's eyes widened. The ultimate trial has begun? No, the ultimate trial has been passed. As he spoke, a man in a dragon-scale battle suit appeared in front of everyone. Martial King. Master Martial Emperor. Boss. Rumor had it that he was elusive. In the raging sea, the extremely mysterious city lord of the Martial Emperor city, the Martial King, appeared in front of everyone. The Martial King said, the fourth trial is an epiphany between life and death. Someone has already broken through it. This person is the first person in history to pass it. As the director of the intelligence center, Yen Meng couldn't help asking. Master, how do you know that the fourth trial has been passed? In the past tens of thousands of years, we have never seen the fourth trial. Even just now, we haven't seen it open. The martial king smiled faintly. Some trials are not something anyone can see. A king is just a newcomer to the great Tao. Some things are not even something a king can touch. However, since someone has already passed the trial of life and death epiphany, the bronze door should naturally be opened. What? Everyone was stunned. The bronze door was not real, and they couldn't see it now. However, when they heard the martial king say that the bronze door had been opened, they all wanted to witness it. The martial king said, "Don't panic. Wait a little longer."